Hello everyone and welcome to New Retail Fest, our virtual event. I'm Ben Peled from People and Computers, the organizers of this conference. So thanks for joining us. We're going to have an amazing 3 hours of content and networking. You'll be able to chat with other attendees from Israel and from around the world. So today we're going to talk about how technology and e-commerce technology and retail technology, whether it's offline and online, are blending. During the coronavirus pandemic, the world has changed. The rules of the game are being rewritten as we speak. So the retailers and the brands who will not embrace, the new technology and the new innovation will just stay behind and slowly die. So today we're going to have a conversation about all these different things, whether it's e-commerce or IoT. So smart devices that are being placed in stores. A lot of interesting and fascinating ideas from Israel and from around the world. Most of the conference will be held in English. Some of it will be held in Hebrew. So with that, I'm going to leave you and just say a few words in Hebrew. אז שלום, ברוכים הבאים לכנס New Retail Fest של אנשים ומחשבים. כנס הולך לעסוק במהפכה האדירה שעובר ענף הקמעונאות, בין אם זה אופליין בחנויות או אונליין באי-קומרס. מגפת הקורונה שינתה פשוט הכל. כמובן את הדרך שבה אנחנו הולכים לחנות, קונים אונליין, מייצרים את הדברים, שולחים את הדברים, מנהלים את כל הררי המידע הזה. וזהו, שיהיה לכם אחלה כנס, ומצפה לראות אתכם גם בכנס הבא. תודה רבה, תעשו חיים.
My name is Lihi Pinto-Freeman, and I'm the co-founder and CRO of Site. The coronavirus pandemic will have a lasting effect on the way we live, the way we work, and the way we shop. I can take one example of my own parents, which I'm sure many of you can relate to. Before the pandemic, they were not remotely interested in purchasing online. In fact, they were quite wary of it. But the pandemic completely changed that. Unable to safely visit the grocery store, online grocery shopping became the first new normal for them. And once they got a hang of that and realized the ease, convenience, and safety, they were hooked. And with so much time on their hands and so much time spent at home, they were soon buying outdoor furniture and clothes for the grandchildren. Now, when they're more comfortable with online shopping, their digital adoption has shifted to a wider range of must-have items. And most importantly, they returned again and again to shop at the same e-commerce websites that they felt provided them with the best customer experience in terms of ease of shopping and personalization. Our parent story is just the tip of the iceberg. Most of today's shoppers, from Gen Zs and millennials to Gen X and boomers, are demanding better e-commerce experiences. Today, you'll walk away with a deep understanding of the new customer, how they've been shaped by COVID, what they expect from brands, and how you can build product discovery experiences that they respond to. We're only at the beginning of this major shift. So I'll end off by sharing some predictions of what we'll see next in e-commerce and retail. COVID dramatically accelerated the already growing trend of e-commerce adoption, as millions of customers were forced to shop online due to store closures. As a result, we're seeing a greater range of shopper types with diverse needs. If adoption was once the arena of young digital natives, this abrupt shift in customer behavior means that now online shoppers are more varied than ever before, and many of them need all the help they can get finding and purchasing the products they're looking for. Naturally, this dramatic shift in adoption and shopping behavior brought with it a huge surge in traffic. For all the foot traffic lost in physical retail, brands and retailers have been seeing thousands of new shoppers on their sites, even more than they typically see during the holiday season. This is significant not just because it's good for business. It represents a fundamental change in how many brands meet their customers for the first time. Your website is the window into your entire brand experience, and it's now facing the test of a flood of new customers who may be unfamiliar with your products. These rapid and dramatic shifts brought on by COVID naturally do not exist in a vacuum. In fact, the global pandemic has been a catalyst launching us firmly into a new era that has been a long time coming. Welcome to the age of inspiration overdrive. Does this scene look familiar? We're living in a world of endless visual inspiration, where shoppers are constantly bombarded with brands and advertising. Today's shoppers see new products they love at every turn, whether they're scrolling through Instagram or just scrolling down the street. Customers are overwhelmed with products at every turn, but there is a disconnect between inspiration and purchase. The journeys that begin on our phones or in our daily lives are often cut short as we struggle to find and purchase the items that inspired us. In our connected world, retail disconnect simply isn't good enough. The new customer expects more. The new customer lives an omnichannel, connected lifestyle, from the devices they use to their everyday experiences. Everything in their lives is curated to suit their unique tastes, whether it's the news they read or the content on their social feeds. And with thousands of brands to choose from, they won't tolerate subpar experiences. The brands that will win shoppers' hearts are the ones that empower them to discover and purchase products in the same way they live their lives: instant, intuitive, and visual. So, what does better customer experience look like? Product discovery made easy, seamlessly bridging the gap between everyday's inspiration. Tech that's as intuitive and instant as their favorite apps. Personalized, curated, and relevant, like their social feeds. And finally, delightful, which is the result when a brand ticks all these boxes. Product discovery is the entry point to customer experience. If you fail to create delightful product discovery experiences, you lose the opportunity to acquire new shoppers and ultimately to benefit from this unprecedented surge in online shopping. Today, every touchpoint from A to Z must be exceptional. Prioritizing product discovery will maximize the number of shoppers who choose to begin their journey with your brand. Visual AI makes product discovery easy and intuitive. Retailers can meet shoppers wherever they get inspired, help new and returning customers find what they're looking for quickly, intuitively, and finally, using the power of visual AI, retailers can connect visual experiences that offer a seamless journey directly from the social apps where their shoppers spend hours every day. While e-commerce has undergone a tremendous evolution shaped by changing customer expectations, there has been a single lagging constant: on-site text search. Until today, e-commerce site search is relying on the faulty foundation of inconsistent existing product tags, creating a database that requires ongoing upkeep and, more often than not, produces limited, irrelevant results. For example, let's say I'm searching for red, dressy, high heels in the search bar. While any person can identify the term dressy as the descriptor of the occasion, most search engines will conflate the term with the product category of dresses. Classic search engines are not built to truly understand the priority of words within a query, nor the relationship between them. This is inadequate and outdated text search architecture, and it frustrates shoppers more often than it helps them. Next generation augmented search is built on a visual AI powered deep tagging layer. The AI engine automatically augments all product information, assigning details and image-based tags to a retailer's inventory from a vertical-specific lexicon of more than 15,000 fashion and home decor attributes and their synonyms. This added layer of product details ensures that relevant items are displayed in results, even when customers use search terms that don't align with catalog descriptions. That, combined with NLP layers that decipher human context and intent, augmented search unlocks true accuracy, providing hyper-relevant results instantly. In short, augmented e-commerce search truly understands the way your customers think, their unique syntax, their intent, the look and feel of their style. For the first time ever, shoppers can search intuitively and get only the results they're looking for. Discovery isn't always linear. Discovery should be ongoing throughout the funnel. The customer journey has to be intuitive, the way it is in real life. Of course, we don't plan when we're going to be inspired. It might be on a PDP, a PLP, but whenever inspiration does strike, retailers can use this moment to provide shoppers what they're looking for, whether that's in a different price range, a different color, or a different style. Retailers should be able to seize that moment of want. Shoppers need tools to guide them through the process of finding the perfect item, wherever that may be on your website. With tools such as the discovery icon, that opportunity is seized, driving the shopper to dive deeper into your inventory, giving them what they want when they want it. In a similar way to the discovery icon, when it comes to recommendations, personalization is key. The customer needs to know that their experience is based wholly on their preferences and that their specific needs and wishes are understood. If I or my mom go to the exact same website, we should see things that reflect our own individual preferences. Gen Zs and millennials now expect this level of personalization, and if they feel that a PDP does not understand them, they will leave the site. We must strive to match the right result to the right person. If my budget for a piece of jewelry is, say, $2K, and the items that I'm shown are above 20, then I will drop off the site and look elsewhere. Retailers must know that I have a certain price point, or, for example, follow certain brands, shop more frequently during sales, etc. By using visual AI, personalization goes beyond demographic-based personalization to uncover the items that suit shoppers' unique aesthetic tastes, recognizing your shoppers as individuals to provide the most relevant recommendations. It is evident that during COVID and beyond, delightful product discovery at every turn is paramount. And at every point of contact, shoppers expect or demand to be recognized as unique individuals and to be offered the experiences that align with their specific needs. So, what's next? E-commerce had to replace in-person experiences. We will need to offer shoppers a range of different ways to engage: AR, VR, chatbots, live stream shopping. As e-commerce shifts to create an in-person experience, physical retail is having the opposite reaction, shifting to prioritize speed, safety, and convenience. This includes contactless tech, assisted discovery, and virtual styling. With the breakdown in loyalty and the rise in new shoppers, now is the time that shoppers are forming their next set of loyalties. The winners will be brands that can keep these new shoppers coming back. What we have done at Sight is to take all these journeys and experiences and build the world's first end-to-end discovery platform powered by Visual AI. This is just a small selection of retailers we power with our proprietary AI solution. We are working with over 100 fashion, home decor, and jewelry enterprise retailers worldwide to provide on-demand, hyper-personalized experiences that drive conversion, increase average order value, and spark lifelong loyalty. So thank you everyone for your time. I truly hope that we will be able to meet face-to-face soon, one day. And if you'd like to learn more about what we do to create delightful customer experiences, please feel free to visit our website. Thank you.
Hello, everyone, and thank you for having me at the Retail Fest this year. Totally new experience for retailers in the e-commerce world out there, and totally new experience for people providing presentation. Bear with me as I'm trying to talk to myself without the crowd, as I'm trying to talk about the new and exciting things when I'm looking at the screen. But I think it's only fair when I'm talking about the change and the need to change to go through one myself and to understand what's the feeling like. So thank you for being patient and thank you for having me. My name is Lior Sion. I'm the founder and CTO with Bring, where we provide orchestration and logistics for retailers, helping you and others come up with a 21st century, basically, and provide the best customer experience, which I'll talk about. But first, what's happening? What's happening out there in the world? What's happening in general? And what's happening with COVID-19? I think it's been talked about a lot, but again and again and again, we have to talk about this new age, a new area of customer expectation, which was happening before, obviously, but totally expedited in Q1, Q2 of 2020 because of COVID-19. A lot of new people were introduced to online in general, to retailers, to buying everything, whether because they had to, because that was the only option, and whether because it's a better way of better experience and better way to buy things. We are seeing huge companies already selling a lot in very different segments, having explosion during Q2 because of this pandemic, basically. I think what's interesting in the list that you're seeing here, which is just a few examples, is that it is a completely cross segment, but also that it shows how much being prepared, how much having the right assets, how much having the right technology allows you to come up with good results, especially in these times. But what is this new way of providing experience that we call unified delivery and fulfillment? So basically, think about the buzzwords for 2018, 2019. We talked a lot about omnichannel, a lot about how we as retailers or how retailers can provide value to consumers in different channels, whether it was online and offline, whether it was delivery and pickup. What changed now is that because of the amount that consumers are interacting with us, the retailer, and because of the relationship that is being created with direct to consumers, the the channels approach is no longer enough. What we need is a unified experience, unified delivery, unified fulfillment. It doesn't really matter where we find the customers and whether the customers find us. We have to know it's the same customer. We have to provide the same values. We have to provide the same experience for consumers. So at the end of the day, they will say, this retailer, which I like, is not only amazing on the marketing. It's not only amazing when I look at browse the items and find them. It's throughout. The entire thing was great because I could choose whether I want delivery, whether I want same day delivery or next day delivery. I could choose because it was right for me at the time to have a pickup. Or maybe because of COVID-19, I'll do a curbside and I'll just drive by and somebody will come up and bring me my things. This choice, this ability to jump between fulfillment capabilities, between pickup and delivery at the same place as the checkout, only the option, even if it's not used, only the option proved to be to get 82% of customers to return to you because they appreciate the options. So think about it in a different way. Think about it as unifying what you know about the customer or unifying the relationship. You cannot have different channels to talk to your customers. You have different ways of talking to a customer, but it's a single discussion. And there you have the unification. The last mile expectations and experiences completely changed in the last few years, and they continue to change as we push the boundaries of what's expected customers and then what customers are demanding of us. We see retailers launching new services, again, whether it's because they want to provide better experiences or they have to because of COVID-19. But today, not offering pickup, not offering curbside, delivery, pickup in stores, or what we call pickup PUDOs or lockers, is a subpar experience. It's not as good as it's possible. Customers see it, they see it in other places, and then they expect it. And if you don't offer it to them, then they think that what they are getting is not good enough. Again, we're talking only about the options, and later, obviously, you have to make sure that these options actually happen. The experiences themselves, they have to be amazing, meaning as real-time as possible. When I'm waiting for something, whether I'm waiting for something that comes in today or whether I'm waiting for something that will come next week, I want to know where it is. I want to understand. I want to have the peace of mind. It's coming to me. It's fine. Everything is okay. It will show up, and somebody is taking care of me. We call it visibility, and slowly these exceptional experiences go towards knowing who is coming to me, real-time notifications, understanding the ETAs to minutes for me to get this experience and appreciate it as a consumer. But in order to do all of these new services and exceptional experiences in scale, you have to have technology. You have to have automated operations between your entire chain, between the store and the warehouses and the delivery people, whether they are your own fleet or an external fleet, a FedEx or an Uber or a Get delivering for you. It all has to play as one system, one very well-oiled system with some technology that connect it. Obviously, or in some cases, it will be one technology for everyone. And in other cases, it will be many different technologies. You have to automate the operations. You have to have one source of truth, and you have to understand what's happening. And this is the only way to do it in scale. The solutions that we are seeing and we're talking about is options. It starts at the e-commerce. As I said, the experience of logistics and fulfillment actually starts the e-commerce with the options, the option for the consumer to choose what they want, when they want it, and how much they are willing to pay for it. I might order shoes that I need them today, and I'm willing to pay an extra $10 for them to arrive to me today because I need to go out running. But in general, when I buy shoes, I buy them well in advance. I'm prepared. I don't mind them arriving in a week, and I don't want to pay extra for it. So these choices are good for me. And as long as I'm seeing that the retailer is offering me these options, I will return next time when I need a new pair. And then you have to synchronize. You have to synchronize the pick and pack. You have to make sure that the people packaging and preparing the items or the food or the groceries for the pickup for the consumer, they know what to pick up exactly. They know well in advance when to go out and pick the things and prepare them. What is well in advance, it depends on what you do. It depends on the item. If you have to pick and pack a few items, grocery items like bamba and maybe non-cold items, you can do it in the last minute. But if you want to prepare a closet for delivery, you have to prepare it well in advance. And then you have to decide how to deliver. Like I said, you might deliver using your own fleet if you have one. You might choose to do a multi-fleet. You want to dispatch with FedEx or UPS, or you might want to use Get or Uber for fast deliveries. You might have to combine all of them, depending on the geography, time of the day, and how much the consumer is willing to pay. How do you control all of that, and how do you synchronize all of that? You have to have one system that connects everything. And then at the last minute, the item was staged or prepared, but the customer decided that they are near enough that they can come, they can stage, they can collect, or maybe do a curbside. They chose a different service, and you want to prepare the people in the store. When is the consumer coming in? How long will it take them? Who is the consumer? What did they order? How do you prepare? And so on and so forth. So the ideal experience is when the consumer is coming, everything is ready for them, and they know who the consumer is. They greet them, provide them the value that they need. At the same time, you have to understand who are your drivers, who are your people, where they are, what's their availability. The options at the checkout, I'm returning to the options, have to be reliable. The only way to make these options reliable is to be able to manage the drivers, whether they are yours or others, manage the warehouse people, manage the people in the restaurant, know what they are doing, and so on and so forth. And last and not least, the real-time customer experience. Like I said, everything has to be real-time. The real-time is there, so the visibility is strong. People will not sit for hours looking at the screen, understanding in real-time what's happening to their package. They are too busy. But having the options of real-time provides comfort, provide the consumer the ability to know that it's fine, it's happening, it will be there on time. When you do all of that, you provide this exceptional experience. On top of that, and once you digitize everything, and once you create a flow, you can do some BI. You have the data, you have visibility, you can do some BI. And like we always want to say, first you have to see things, then you can analyze them. And third, once you see and analyze, you can also act on what you've understood, whether it will be for preparing, better next time, next day, offering better service and a cheaper cost, because now you can save money, or just allowing new services to start because you know what is happening out there. And the best example for that I like to put is that last year, after 12 years of Amazon allowing Amazon Prime customers to offer a 2-day delivery for free, they announced that they will invest $1 billion in allowing same-day delivery and 1-day delivery for their customers for free, narrowing down the window from 2 days to 1 day. And Amazon didn't just do it because they thought it would be a good idea. They have the data. They understood 12 years of 2-day delivery for free. They understood what it means, how much it costs, what it means in the customer acquisition and returning customers, and how much they spend, how much Amazon can spend in order to make more money. And it proved immediately like a very smart choice for them, even before COVID. So you have to understand what's happening out there, and you have to have the data so you can analyze and act on it. Slightly on Bring, just so you know that we are not just talking, we are seeing things across the board. We are an enterprise scale business founded 8 years ago, 7 years ago. We are active in 50 countries. We have cross-vertical experience providing this orchestration layer from Walmart groceries to AutoZone as a retailer, to McDonald's, Arcos Dorados Food, Coca-Cola, CPG, and so on and so forth. You can see some of the logos below. I think the experience that we have helping our customers and understanding what is happening out there, the cross vertical ideas that we are getting, which we recently used in COVID when restaurants started to deliver groceries actually, is vital. And this is how we learn what's out there and how we can educate others. I usually end up with Q&A. I'm not sure that we'll have Q&A today, but if we do, I would love to answer them. I'm available, by the way, at lior@brink.com for answers, or if you need some answers or help or ideas, I'll be more than happy if you reach out. Thank you.
Thanks for having me. It's great being here alongside many partners and friends and great retail tech companies that really reshaping the retail industry and enabling retailers to stay relevant and meet the customer expectation. And it's great being here again, as last year I was here as a retail domain manager in Deloitte, and this year as a director of global strategic alliances in Trax. So really briefly about Trax. Trax at its core applying machine learning algorithm into the retail and CPG industry. By using our image recognition platform, we can take all images that has been captured within the store, in the supermarket store, and turn them into a structured data to improve operation and for the benefit of the shopper. As you can see here, we founded 10 years ago. Our headquarters is in Singapore, and the R&D center is here in Tel Aviv, in Israel. We are operating in 90 markets and serving over 80% of the global manufacturers. And today I will be focusing on our Retail Watch solution, our solution for retailers. I would like to start with a question. If you can take a look at these images, can you count how many products are missing in the shelf? Oh, I can see that our generous robot just told you the answer. There is 21 missing SKUs. There is 21 missing product in the shelf. And basically, all of these images, we are using our stitching technology to create a panoramic view, and almost in real time can tell you if you have out of stock, how many products you are missing, do you have the right price, and you can see also what is the impact for the retailers. And in this case, the average product price is 5 euros, and the actual incremental sales per month per store in this personal care category is 2,000 euros. And this is the main challenge that we are after. If you can see here, many retailers today investing a lot in labor costs, right? Scanning the shelf and monitoring the shelf, and still when you as a shopper go to the supermarket, 1 out of 12 product, 10 to 12 product is not purchasable, is not in the shelf. And of course it caused $100 of billions of loss to the retailers. And when I try to think, what is the root cause for that? Where the out of stock created? I would like to point out three main reasons. The first one is supplier to store. The second one is the back room to shelf, right? The product is in the store, is in the back room. Someone needs to replenish the shelf. And the third one is demand forecasting and better planning. And this is exactly where Trax comes in. The retailers know what's going on in the distribution center, what's coming into the store. It knows what is going out of the store through the register, through the POS, in the checkout. But what is happening in the moment of truth when you, as a customer, go to the shelf and choose your product, the retailers have no visibility. And there is many questions or many answers that you can you can have once you track all of the stores. And you can see, do I have the right product on shelf? Do I have the right price? How can I optimize the in-store picking? How can I prevent out-of-stock event? So all of these answer, once you have eyes in the store, we can answer and we can help the retailers to better prepare. And this is our vision. From the beginning, Trax was born to digitize the physical world of retail. We provide retailers with the eyes in the stores to create insights and impact your business results. So how we do it? This is so we collect the shelf images. We collect the data through these three main devices. So you can see the first one is our shelf edge camera, battery-driven, wireless. It's like a small eye in the store, and they can capture the aisle on the other side. Actually, all of these three devices, you can see them in your neighborhood retailer in Shufersal here in Israel. So the shelf edge camera, designed to the retail environment, can capture in real time what's going on the other side of the aisle. The second one is the dome camera sitting on the ceiling, and it's more for a fresh area or a secondary display or open area, and we can capture the store. And the third one you can see in one of the hypermarket in Europe. So autonomous robot that can capture that walking through the aisles, and basically we use all these three devices to enable retailers 100% coverage. We can capture the whole store through these devices. And so we collect the data through these devices, we digitize it in our image recognition technology, and then there is a report. So we send actionable insights to the retailers. There is a call to action, right? There is a call to action. So the store associate, we send alerts to the store associate so he can restock the shelf or replenish the shelf. We send daily reports to the store manager to track and to understand what's going on in every category, and also create insights reports that we can do comparison between categories, the performance of each category, and many other things, again, to improve the in-store operation and according to the retailer's needs. So just to sum up, how can retailers can benefit from the solution? So we touched some of the use cases here, but once you have these eyes in the store, you can automate the manual gap scanning, increase availability that can impact directly the sales. There is many other use cases like price compliance and planogram compliance. Also, online order fulfillment. E-commerce became a very common use case for retailers these days. So once you know what's going on the shelf and the location of each product in real time, when you order in online, you as a retailer know exactly if the product is in the shelf, or maybe you need to send a substitution to the consumer. And again, everything is for the benefit of the shopper. One last case study, and this is from a hypermarket in France, one of the largest retailers. So we came to this project with two main goals. One is increase sales, and the second one is reduce price mismatches. And there is and the solution, as you can see, we uses both autonomous robot and shelf edge camera. And you can see the results. This is a dramatic result. So 54 monthly sales increase per store per month. We save, we reallocate, we free up the time of the employees, right? 2 full-time employees, monthly workforce productivity gain. per store per month, and the NPS, right, that to increase this customer satisfaction and the loyalty for the retailers in 12 points, and less minus 90% price mismatch. So we achieve these goals, and we can see retailers adopting such a solution. And I would like to end up with a question: why now? So why there is urgency for such a solution now during COVID? And this is actually from our shelf edge camera in one of the UK retailers, and you can see here a perfect example what's going on when the pub are closed, the beers are empty, right? In UK last Thursday went into a second lockdown, and historical data is not relevant anymore. There is a fluctuation in demand, and once you have eyes in the store, you can really know in real time what's going on in the store, and especially when the pub are closed, what's going on to the beer category. So this is why you need an automated on-shelf availability solution for your store. So thank you very much. Happy to hear any question, and happy to get any feedback, insights to the email. As I said, this is my email, Ariel. So thank you very much, and have a great day.
Hi everyone, my name is Paweł Świdziński and I am with RTB House, global marketing technology company, which has long been known for leveraging AI deep learning algorithms to engage digital customers, which I believe is even more important this year and can also likely shape the future of display advertising. Let me maybe start with outlining briefly who we are, where do we come from, and whose lives we're actually making easier every day. Then focus on the technology itself, and lastly come up with a few ideas that we have on how to best stand out from the crowd online at the times when basically everyone goes digital. So we are buying hundreds of millions of ad impressions every day on behalf of our advertising partners in the real-time bidding model, hence the company name. And our state-of-the-art innovative technology has been doing it so well that we've been repeatedly honored with multiple global awards, be it for the technology itself or as one of the fastest growing technology companies in Europe for years now. We partner with over 2,000 trusted leading global retail brands online, mainly in the form of various types of e-shops, marketplaces, but also other verticals like price comparisons websites, classified ad portals, as well as in-app advertising, for example, car hailing, food delivery services, or mobile gaming apps. We are operating today from over 30 permanent office locations on uninhabited continents and serving clients on more than 80 markets across EMEA, APAC, and the Americas regions. Now also scaling up also our presence and cooperations with the growing Israeli online retail market. We also cover on average 95% of available ads inventory supply, partnering with all major ads placements suppliers, which is at the same time one of our key core competitive advantages and a great source of reach and scale for the campaigns of the advertisers that partner with us and trust us. So in essence, we've been relatively well positioned for what happened in 2020, which will long be remembered as the momentous and turbulent year that seemingly have disrupted the retail landscape and habits for good. While the digital economy arises from the COVID crisis as a clear and most probably sustainable winner, as in these circumstances everyone must go online, which has been evidenced by leading traditional retailers shutting down their brick and mortar stores, or an extra $100 billion injection into the industry. And it will almost certainly remain so also for the key Q4 quarter, and maybe even for the foreseeable future, with increasing mobile touchpoints role. Israel was no exception to this paramount trend, entering as the first advanced economy into second wave lockdown, which has only been relaxed lately. But as every crisis does, also the coronavirus crisis is likely to bring both threats and opportunities at the same time, especially a jump in online sales can be leveraged wisely. So not only is there today plenty of new eShops or online marketplaces appearing every day, every week, but also already thousands of active MarTech solutions providers, which we are competing with. So with such a bewildering amount of online competitive activities, both advertisers and marketing companies serving them need to join forces to, as the challenge we are facing can only be overcome with the innovation matching the magnitude of the changes happening. So we need to cooperate to provide smooth hyper-relevance to online consumers, like visitors, shoppers, buyers, to win their loyalty, as the necessity remains the mother of invention here. So RTB House owes its success mainly to our proprietary, entirely deep learning algorithms fueled advertising, but it is also complemented with quite a few ideas on how to stand out from the crowd otherwise, for example, by delivering dynamically personalized experience at every step of the digital customer journey. Our secret sauce and core competitive advantage is the end-to-end application of deep learning, which is a subset of machine learning that helps us to analyze and answer in real time the key marketing questions, like, for example, what should be displayed to whom, when, and for how much in the auctions model. And as it was evidenced already in 2017 by AlphaGo, those things go well beyond what's achievable by humans, which is also reflected in our long-term clients' retention rate exceeding 90%. Maybe another more illustrative and convincing example might be comparing the today's autonomous deep learning powered vehicles with the technology, machine learning technology that stood behind the Deep Blue supercomputer in as early as in 1997, which already seems like a prehistoric times today, but it was already back then still able to beat the then chess world master Garry Kasparov. So that's the progress that has been made over the recent decades. Overall, the trailblazers across many industries are nowadays leveraging deep learning applications to realize their most ambitious goals, and also achieving what has long seemed unsolvable before. So maybe sticking to the online sales application processes, this is what we do with at RTB House with online display ads. So what was seemingly erratic or random user behavior, like in the case of a person who is like hurriedly shopping now for a gift, for example, new headphones for a friend. So this behavior traditionally could be treated as chaotic, while now actually deep learning can make sense of these behaviors, and it can lead to a strong buying recommendation with high probability of conversion at a particular specific store that is of interest to us. Being the world's first MarTech armed with 100% deep learning algorithms in all our products, so we are able to achieve up to 30% better campaigns performance And just to provide a little bit more numbers regarding the scale of what's happening here, we are, for example, analyzing up to 2,500 times more operations, making 2,500 times more operations leading to purchase decision, or placing 4.5 million queries per second during the auctions happening. And this is only, again, possible due to our stable, efficient, and scalable technology. Not only are we able to show the user the products that have been viewed by but by himself or herself or by the other users, and which seems best performing in their cases, but also we can even convince the user to buy what they had not been thinking about before. So we are actually the engine can maybe not create, but unveil the hidden need of the user and make us sell to him something which he or she was not originally looking for. So the technology is one way for us to stand out from the crowd and engage digital customers these turbulent times. Another idea might be, for example, making the journey itself as exciting and relevant with personalized creatives that it can possibly be. It all starts with knowing and recognizing in real time where a particular user is at the moment in terms of their purchasing decision or what's the challenge with acquiring them right now. And then we know whether we should rather focus on addressing brand unawareness issue or trying to engage with users more and try to learn directly from them, or just focus on selling to them straight away if that's the right moment. This can be done based on first-party data and hidden layer data. As a result, we are able to design individual experiences and adjust our goals so that they are achievable and measurable and relevant enough to move the user down the funnel, which is in most cases the ultimate goal for our partners, our advertising partners. It is of utmost importance as more often than not other marketing solutions providers are pushing performance ads at the wrong moment when the user is completely uninterested in buying anything. So it can easily be translated into ad fatigue, irritation, and even lasting negative connotations with the brand, which we want to avoid. On the other hand, however, while knowing the right moment to sell to the clients or to serve them softer forms of communication before, like inspirational videos, we can effectively build lasting brand connection so that we are the brand is remembered for the right time to come when the user is ready, instead of feeling of being forced into actions in a bad mood. So we are able, by combining only our data and our partners' data, to clearly distinguish between the user who is only occasionally visiting a particular website and showing hardly any specific engagement signs, from the user who is very likely to convert soon with a high-value order, becoming effectively the buyer. Last but not least, knowing one picture, as they say, is worth more than 1,000 words, which resounds even stronger today and can even be extrapolated into something along the lines of one video is worth more than 1,000 pictures. Let's see some exemplary ideas of ours on how to visually engage users more and more as well. So in the upper funnel, we're rather focusing on personalized storytelling with video or casual chat banners to inspire the users and raise the brand or a particular selected product's awareness. Somewhere in the middle of the journey, we engage users in an interaction and try to learn more directly from them to get feedback, which can in turn later be used by the algorithms to become even more effective. For example, based on social banners, like liking or disliking our products, inside banners, searching boxes within the banners, zipping the banners, or even sharing them with your social media friends. And at the end of the day, as performance is where do we come from originally, we need to sell. So it is particularly important during the upcoming promo periods like Black Friday or Cyber Monday. And interestingly, our 8 years of experience taught us that the most fancy videos used at the awareness stage are actually less effective lower in the funnel than regular template banners. So even if we prepare such dedicated creatives, which we often do, the smart engine sooner or later will realize it should stop displaying them after a few weeks or so. And lastly, also the context matters, and we need to bear in mind the brand image protection as well. And we want to avoid a situation when the brand is displaying its ads in the context of articles with strongly negative connotations, like in the examples on the slide. So with the help of our contextual AI and natural language processing, RTB House multiple layers brand safety mechanism avoids placements like the ones presented on the slide, keeping the brand safe. So to recapitulate, deep learning has enabled us to increase brand awareness and loyalty with the right audience by recognizing their position in the funnel in real time, serving them personalized creatives which are relevant at the moment. And that together with our transparent and flexible reporting, as well as efficient budget allocation, and last but not least, delivering outstanding ROAS at scale, allows us to look into the future with a peace of mind. So that's pretty much it as for this brief session. Feel welcome at our booth to explore more, and let's discuss also your insights and your ideas on how to stand out from the crowd these days. Thank you very much.
Okay, so welcome everyone to our first panel at New Retail Fest, and the panel is titled New Retail is Here, How Has COVID Changed the Rules of the Game and What's Coming Next? So Jack Ma of Alibaba coined the term New Retail to describe the seamless integration between the offline and the online worlds in retail, and how big data, AI, and the digitization of the entire retail value chain will be the new normal. So today we'll discuss how new retail will look like in a post-COVID world, and what brands, retailers, and technology companies should do to come back from the crisis and face the existing challenges of growing competition from e-commerce giants like Amazon and Alibaba, reduced margins, and growing customer expectations, among many others. So we have four very special guests here. Will you all please introduce yourselves? Let's start with Lior and then move on to Merav, Erez, and Eran.
So hi, thank you, Ben, for having us. Indeed, very exciting times. I think one of the key, maybe right now, knowings in the world is that everything is expedited. The new retail has been here for a long time, but now it's expedited. What we expected to happen in 5 years happened in a few weeks. So very exciting times and very happy to be here. My name is Lior Sion. I'm the CTO and founder of Bring, where we help retailers match up to the biggest companies in the world in logistics and customer experience.
Okay, thank you, Lior. Merav?
Hi, everyone, and thank you for having me. I'm Merav from Riskified. Riskified is a fraud prevention solution and enabling e-commerce globally. We service almost 2,000 customers around the world, and I have to say Corona times have been very exciting here, and we've learned a lot, which I'd love to share with you later on.
Thank you. Erez?
Thanks. Erez Shachar from Kumra Capital. We are an Israeli growth investor. We invest in Israeli tech companies and their growth stages, and basically looking at the stages of between 10 million ARR to 100 million ARR. This is the area that we like best. And we've been investing in Israeli growth companies over the last 7 years. And no question that the last year was extremely exciting and eventful throughout the portfolio and throughout the deal flow in the market. And retail is a part of it, and we are seeing, the digitization of retail, which is one of the largest global industries, and it's a good time to be an Israeli tech.
Thank you, Erez. Eran?
Hi, thank you for having us. So my name is Eran Westman. I'm a partner at Viola Growth. Viola Growth is part of Viola Group, the largest tech investment house in Israel. And in Viola Growth, we focus in a way similar to what Erez from Qumra mentioned, in a late stage company, trying to help them to get from a late stage to very big, and investing throughout Israeli companies around the world, not domain specific, so it's more on the stage of the company. For full disclaimer, I led the last round investment in Bring, so quite familiar with what we're always doing, or at least I hope I know.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so thanks all. Let me start with a generic question. How would you define new retail, and how do you think the world is going to look like, the retail world is going to look like in a post-COVID world? Anyone who wants to start, be my guest.
I'll try to pick an answer and be the first. So like I said before, I think new retail is an interesting word. For me, it's always been the path. I think a few companies, like you said before, Amazon and others, led the way. COVID expedited things, expedited customer experience. For me, retailers started to change when they went online, which went 20 years ago. Recently, in general, and because of COVID, they finally understood and connected that the logistics, the last mile, is a crucial part of the experience. You can have a great time on site and online, but if the delivery person coming to you is late or not on time, or the expectation is just bad and you're waiting too long, the whole experience is ruined. So the full experience starts with the online and ends in the offline, and everything is connected. We see the omni-channel, what used to be called an omni-channel, turns into a multi-channel, meaning it's the same customer throughout the experience of the different channels and not different channels that are separated. And for me, that's the biggest change that is happening.
Yeah, I tend to agree with Lior. More than creating new challenges, I would say that COVID disruption has highlighted and accelerated the existing ones, as Lior said. And the best-in-class retailers that were in the advanced stages of their digital transformation, they generally fared out better and proved themselves far more resilient during these times. And because having the tools and technologies in place to efficiently manage the omni-channel shopping flows, it provided them the necessary agility, I think, in these times. And when you think about it, integrating a curbside pickup offer when you are already implemented in the past, when you've already done BOPIS, buy online pickup in store strategy as an example, then you can integrate curbside pickup in a matter of days. And when I'm talking about tools and technologies, yes, I'm referring to big data management, of course. Most retailers understood that the advantages and were probably considering AI-powered solutions even pre-COVID. So the main difference is that today these are the conditions for survival, actually. So in my opinion, the new retailer has a lot to do with how fast and how effectively the different players will be at closing these gaps.
Yeah, and actually, I think some are actually opening gaps because new retail, there are companies that were born digital. Okay? So Amazon is, of course, the most glaring example of a company that started its business online and was digital from day one and changed the whole shopping experience forever. But what we're seeing today is that there is a catch-up game from the bricks and mortar retailers to become more and more digital, and they're all going through some level of digital transformation. We are seeing, during COVID, because we are invested in companies which are infrastructure companies for these players and are helping in this digital transformation, we're seeing huge demand coming in from retailers, both digital native and bricks and mortar, for upgrading their infrastructure to supply a better digital experience of online shopping, which goes from, from the customer acquisition initially to actually delivering the goods. It's the full experience, which is partially online and partially offline. And so, this new retail is actually converging with the old retail, because now there is no traditional retailer that doesn't have an online arm, and more understands that they need to transfer their business more and more to online shopping rather than to bricks and mortar. So there is a convergence of these worlds today, and it's a very interesting opportunity for anybody that's supplying anything along the chain in terms of the digital disruption.
I want to take a different angle. I think Lior touched it in his introduction. We spoke, the colleagues here spoke about the retailer perspective. I think it starts from the consumer. We as consumers have no choice to change. And if my mother now can order online because she has no other options, so many others follow that way. And I think that it took them time. I can give an example from Bring that closed a very big grocery, but it took a very long time. And I explained the team there that probably the CEO is now packing stuff in the shops. He has no time to go. But obviously, as was mentioned here before, those that were more digital earlier, it was for sure easier transition for them. But in those that needed throughout this to move and build, it's very difficult. Like many e-commerce sites are closed before Christmas, all this kind of thing. To do it is changing a wheel when you're driving 150 miles an hour. And you can see it also from other direction. If you look at the e-commerce aspect, we are probably invested in a company called Glasses USA or Optimax. And they are booming because in the US, they are selling prescription glasses in the US e-commerce. In the US, most of the optometrists, the glasses shops were closed, and people maybe they knew about this option of e-commerce for prescription glasses. Maybe they didn't know. And now for sure they know, and they got used to a new experience, and that's the company is booming in a very big way. So I think from the consumer perception, it's something that, as Leo mentioned, 5 years happened in 5 weeks, and then the retailer needed to adjust, because that's what you want. You want to serve your customers better.
Okay, thank you all for the introductions and for defining new retail. Now let's talk about working during COVID. So for Merav and for Lior, who are working for technology companies, for startups, how do you keep growing during these times? Do you adjust your sales targets when all sales are done via Zoom calls or just on the phone without meeting physically? And for the investors, Eran and Erez, how do you both invest in startups and raise funds for your funds when everything is done via Zoom? Do you do things differently, or is it still the same business, just using a video conference to assess the opportunity? What's different? What's similar? What's different?
So I can start from the invest. I connected, I think, the two, because as I mentioned, we had the pleasure to invest in Bring. So we didn't stop investing. To be transparent with Bring, we started to look at the company before, because as you probably know, due diligence takes some time. But the decision whether to push the trigger or not happened in the early days of the COVID. And it was not an easy decision, because it was a big check to write, and in a world that changed to all of us. But then we go back and look at our investment thesis. Our investment thesis was about what is going to happen in the retail and what Bring can help the world. And it's actually made the decision easier than even before. We do continue investment. We made several investments of new companies. We have some other companies in the group, like Sight in the retail world as well, that just announced their round C a couple of weeks ago. We have made 2 new investments in Viola Growth. If I remember correctly, we met the founders before, but all this due diligence and all the negotiation were done via Zoom or any other tool that works online. So business continuing. You are obviously there are some domains that were affected, and there are some and affected both ways. Some domains like retail in most companies are growing very well, and some domains unfortunately were hurt.
Yeah, I think you can see here how things have changed. I mean, looking at what we're doing right now, I don't think I've ever done this this way before. So yeah, it's a lot of new opportunities. On the one hand, I can now talk to people all over the world and still see my children for lunch. So that's a nice combination between the two. But it definitely changed a lot of the way, you know, we're thinking not only about how do we work within the company, but how do we balance everything. And I used to meet a lot of my partners. I had partnerships at Riskified, so I was all over the world. And I have to say, on a personal level, I love meeting people face to face. I still miss it today, but I think we adjusted a lot of the business, a lot of the thinking, the products, our go-to-market strategy fairly quickly. We were also lucky to be in an industry where we could grow very quickly. You know, as data gets here, no matter what happens around the world, we can utilize it and we can make a good effect on a lot of our merchants, help them grow very quickly, which was very exciting. And of course, adjust everything accordingly.
Now, I think that we need to think about this in some time perspective, because currently, I think that when we're looking at our portfolio companies and we're looking at ourselves, and our business wasn't really disrupted, and in many cases, they actually accelerated and became much more efficient. I think Riskified is a good example. I think Riskified has accelerated their growth and reduced their cost structure in time because there was no travel. Everything needed to be done remotely and so on. So just the initial impact is a very positive impact on the business. But I think that it's starting to become more testing as time goes by. And I think that to maintain over time, company culture and enable, scaling of organization, I think scaling of organizations is first and foremost a very strong company culture that is instilled in all of the employee base as the company grows. And doing this over time, over Zoom, I think is very, very difficult. And we're starting to feel the pain in many places, that it's still not reflected in the business numbers, but I think it is reflected in how people feel, and it is reflected in the productivity of parts of the organization. So I very much hope that we will see this as a short-term venture into remote working, and we will get back to at least, a hybrid mode in which we can actually see each other, travel to see our customers, our partners, and so on. I personally miss it very much as well. And it's having, I have 4 boards in New York, and I haven't seen my partners, CEOs, founders of the portfolio for 8 months now. And it's really, I just miss them. So, I think that it's way too long, and it's going to become more and more difficult as time goes by. There's no question that there are changes in how we're going to work, and that we will have much more remote working, and it will be more legit to have a sales call without ever meeting a person and actually closing a deal. And these are good developments, but I think long term, we should get back to work meeting each other.
Yeah, I'll take maybe a slightly different perspective. I completely agree with everything that was said before. I just think that the way I look at it, it depends on who you're working with and who are your, in a way, customers. If we think about salespeople at the front, especially in organizations that are global, and most Israeli startups are global, a lot of them were spread all over the place anyway. They work remotely. Maybe they didn't close a deal remotely and they had to speak face to face, but we saw that people overcame this. Maybe it will continue, maybe not. But as we go down, up the organization, and we talk about success people, for example, they also met their customers face to face, but they also a lot of times had to see what is happening in the field. And actually, especially in Bring and logistics, which is a physical exercise, they had to see what is happening, and this is more difficult. As you go deeper into the company, product and R&D, that's a different scenario, I believe. Those are teams that are very used to working together, strongly coupled, and daily meetings, daily meetups, cross department, cross teams, cooperation, whether it's internal to R&D or R&D and product and the rest of the company, and so on and so forth. I completely agree with Erez. At the beginning, there was a sense of crisis, and everybody stood up to the crisis, and actually performance and efficiency increased because it was something that we had to overcome together, and that together was very strong. But time is passing, and the burden of working from home and being alone, depending on different people and ages and where they live, but it's becoming more and more challenging. New people, like Erez said, that are joining the company have never worked with others face to face, and they are closely related in terms of work. And I do see the challenge starting to be more and more, difficult. I think it depends on the level of communication internally on the organization. So some teams like product, this is what they do. They communicate, and it's very hard. R&D people, a lot of times, feel fine with working on their computers for long hours. So they might have better ways to handle it. Completely agree, though, as an entrepreneur, it's a huge challenge. A lot of opportunities will come in this area. Nobody knows exactly what will happen. It's going to be interesting.
Okay, great. So let me ask a specific question now, and I'll ask Merav because I want to talk about the problem that you're trying to solve at Riskified and the solution, or your solution. Okay, so let's talk about how today's consumers are more influential on how business gets done. Obviously, in crisis, in these times, businesses should cater to the exact needs of their consumers. They don't have time or the resources to invest in other big plans. So what are some of the best strategies that you see to win over these new types of consumers in these difficult times? Or maybe you can also share a bit about what Riskified does, what your solution is.
Definitely. So Riskified started out over 7 years ago as a fraud prevention solution. And we were first in the market to actually take chargeback liability from the merchants and move it to us, meaning we look at the transactions that merchants are receiving online, and we make a decision if this is a good transaction or a fraudulent transaction. If it's a good transaction, we shift the liability to us, offering the merchants a full chargeback guarantee. So if we were wrong, we put our money where our mouth is, literally. So this is how we started out. But later, and I'll talk a bit about it as I answer your question, we learned that it's not only about the fraud, but also about approving more transactions. So what we want to do, our mission, is to grow the online revenue of the merchant. So we're looking everywhere at the funnel, at the purchase funnel, and trying to solve all the leaks in the funnel, and there are a lot. We want to make sure that the merchants can stop all of these leaks and capture the transactions, converting the customers into shoppers. So as you can hear, we didn't start doing this today. We started a while back, and actually so have retailers. They've been focused on their clients from day one. And I think what we're looking at now is not only having good customer service, but a great customer experience, which is good customer service on steroids now that we are in COVID era. And we know that customers have already been influencing how business gets done for a while because they have unlimited access to information. They have a spread of distribution channels. They have abundance of choices because everything is global now and everything can be done at any time. So they've had a lot of control for a while. They're looking for these ultra personalized shopping experience and extreme convenience and impeccable customer service. And now if they want to buy a gift card rather than the gift itself, or if they want to browse on the website and then buy on the mobile, then merchants need to embrace that. And it doesn't matter who the customer is. Like Leo said, his mother is now online, and we need to make sure that she also gets the best customer service, although she's not used to shopping online, right? So we want to make sure she can go through this funnel with the best customer experience that we can. And when we look at studies, they indicate that omnichannel, or what we talked about, new retail customers, they spend more and they buy more frequently. So we want to make sure that they get through this funnel, because losing them is not only losing them on single transaction, might be losing them for a lifetime. So when we look at merchants, we want to understand how these erratic shopping behaviors, the corona buying patterns affected them, and how do they allow these newcomers, the new products and the new habits to go through the purchase funnel and still be profitable in the long run. So these merchants need to be agile, yes, customer-centric, but solution-driven. Sounds easy, but actually I think it's all about using the right technology partner and using them right and using them at the right time, because data is key now. And as merchants are becoming more and more, they're going online, even the old brick and mortars, they're seeing an influx of data. And only by fixing the leaks in the purchase funnel, we can ensure that these shoppers are converted into happy customers. I'll give you an example. A retailer, when they see a new customer, they tend to become risk averse, right? They don't necessarily want to approve them. They don't know who they are. They don't have any digital footprint. But Riskified, using our data, we at over 65% of the times, we know the person. They're not new to us. So we don't feel like we're taking the same risk as the merchant, and we're happy to let them buy. So this is helping merchants make more sense of these new customers that they're handling right now.
That's impressive. So what's the word? Someone who walks in a store, an online store, a random person, on average, among your clients, you will know 65% who they are. That's amazing.
Yes, because we see different industries and different countries around the world, and we can cross between them.
Great. So obviously the retailer alone cannot do that. I want to ask you another question, and Erez, since Kumra invested in Riskified, you can also talk about that. So the trends, what are some of the fraud, online fraud trends that you know from your own experience, not just from studies? What's going on in the market, in the fraud market right now in the world?
Yeah, well, I have to say, fraudsters are constantly challenging, which is good, right? We're kept in business, so that's the good side of it. And they don't mind working from home, actually. So they're not concerned with this whole work from home thing. And during COVID, we saw a growing problem, because not only are there more fraudsters sharing tips on the dark web, and I have to say, they really like to cooperate with each other, and they have like these one-on-one classes, and they help each other a lot more than we do here in the legit world. So they share a lot of information. And not only that, but they also share a lot of new techniques. As a merchant, first you must understand the MO, right, in order to prevent and have new strategies. So some of these new challenges that we're seeing today are, for example, a surge in account takeovers, so ATOs, which are very sophisticated, or friendly fraud, or fraudulent returns and prepaid cards. So they're not. Friendly fraud? So I'll talk a bit about the ATOs, which are sophisticated, and the friendly fraud. I'll start with your question of the friendly fraud. So the friendly fraud are the ones who, I use the credit card, but then I call back to say it's not me, or maybe it's my son using the credit card and calling back to say it's not me, asking for a chargeback. Mm-hmm. Exactly. So, or in COVID times, we saw a lot of friendly fraud, unfortunately, in travel. OTAs were overwhelmed with people asking back for their money, and they couldn't handle everything. So rather than waiting for the OTA to handle all the service-related questions, people just filed chargebacks, which is a great deal of problem when you're trying to kind of sort out your regular customer service. So this is what we call friendly fraud, and it surged during these past few months. But I think the interesting thing that we saw is actually the account takeovers. So, fraudsters, they also read the morning news. They know about customers who've created account, what we called lapsed customers. So I have an account, I haven't used it for years, but all of a sudden, we see a golden opportunity as a fraudster. So that means that they can spot an account and attack it. So get all the information on the dark web. It's sold, I have to say, very cheaply. So you get all the credentials, you get the password, you get your mother's maiden name and the date of birth. And all of a sudden, a fraudster has all the account information. They can log in, and then what the first thing they do is they actually change the password, right? So now they have the account with a new password. They can buy anything. They ship it to the customer who's now a victim, right? They ship it to the customer address. They don't even have to buy any risky product, right? They can buy cat hammocks, as we've seen. But after the order was approved, they cancel it. But here they don't ask for a refund on the credit card. They actually ask for a store credit. And now they can turn around and sell it back on the dark web. If a regular account details will sell for $5 to $10, now an account with store credit in it can be sold for $100. So just sitting at home doing nothing, the fraudster added another $90. This is sophisticated fraud. So as I mentioned before, these times have called us also to expand our service and see where the fraud comes in and where do we need to stop it. Are we just looking at checkout to make sure that no fraudsters go through, or do we need to look at actually at login to make sure the right account owner has logged in? So yes, a lot has changed.
It sounds like fraudsters are everywhere, and who knows, they might be listening to us right now. So thank you for that. And Erez, if you want to add anything.
I do want to add, not regarding fraud as such, but I think that when we came into Riskified, it was really doing chargeback guarantees and fraud prevention. And I think that over the years, Riskified realized that really what they're doing is that they're enabling e-commerce retailers to provide a very smooth shopping experience by the fact that deals are approved instantly or disapproved instantly, but the experience is very smooth. I don't know how many of you have tried shopping online in the US with an Israeli credit card while in a hotel in New York. It's practically impossible to do. And you always get bumped off the site. You get 24 hours after you get approval of the acquisition, you actually find out that you're not approved and you can't purchase, and it's really frustrating. And if you're a good customer, okay, you came all the way to the checkout, you gave your credit card and you want to pay, and somebody doesn't accept your payment because they think you're a fraudster just because they don't have enough understanding and data, this is really a terrible online experience. And by resolving this, by actually taking this off the table and making sure that all deals are either approved or not approved instantly, the shopping experiences change dramatically for the e-commerce sites that are using Riskified. And the approval rates have actually gone up, and sometimes gone up very dramatically. The impact of this on the business of the retailers is unimaginable, because we're talking about pure bottom line. Just imagine you're taking today 5% more of the deals than you've taken before. For some retailers, this is billions and billions of dollars a year of business that was saved by companies like Riskified. So I think that we need to understand that in this new retail world, where everything is a digital funnel and data is plentiful in real time, the digital infrastructures on which you build your e-commerce experience are absolutely critical to the success of the business. It doesn't really matter which product you're selling. It matters a lot which user experience you're providing along the funnel. Okay? The products in many cases are the same products. Okay? A lot of them are commodity products that are sold in different locations. The basic experience difference is really going through the funnel. So companies like Riskified are booming in this age just because they are enabling a user experience which is second to none.
Sounds like the payment approval process is the last mile before the last mile, and the actual last mile is the fulfillment and delivery. So I'd like to ask Lior and Eran about that. Maybe Lior, you can start. Maybe you can tell us how much customers really care about the fulfillment and delivery process, and how much should retailers and brands care about it? Maybe they don't, know how much they should care about it.
Yeah, it's interesting. So it's interesting in the fact that when we started, it was a lot about let's make fast delivery, and indeed numbers and reports show that 67% of customers, if they don't have the option to deliver today or deliver within a day, they leave the checkout and just go away. But the more interesting thing and something that we've learned is that 82% of customers are leaving the experience if they don't receive options. Meaning maybe options are more important than speed sometimes. The ability for me as a consumer to control when things are delivered to me and the cost. Maybe something I need in a hurry and I need it quickly, but maybe something I actually need it next week and I do not want it to arrive today. Maybe something is super important and I want to pay for it, an extra $10 that it will arrive quickly, but maybe I do not want to pay for it extra because I'm ordering 5, 6, 7, 9 things today and I don't want to pay an extra $100 for delivery. It's not that important. And in general, if we go back to the experience, it's all about psychology. It's all about the feeling that the customer has that they are in control, that they are offered options. And when they do offer options, they get options and the options are correct. It's not enough to offer options. Obviously you have to, those options have to be real, and you cannot order something for next week and get it in 2 weeks, or you cannot order something for today and receive it in 2 days. So it's a combination of those things. And this is what the consumer expected. They expect it because there are companies like Amazon that not only offer it, but also provide the value. And the merchants themselves, the retailers, it's slightly harder for them to understand because it's a long term. Just like I've said, it's a relationship thing. It's changing the cost of acquisition in a way of a customer and not the transaction value. So maybe on the transaction of a specific item, one-time customer that is arriving, they might make a little bit less money because they are delivering next day for free. But the cost of acquisition, the relationship, the customers returning to this site because they were giving options, reliable options, good customer experience, this is priceless. Like we discussed the entire hour almost, the early adopters of this approach have already seen the value. I think that today everybody sees and understands the value. It takes a little bit more time to prove in each location with each retailer, but Amazon was the first to talk about it 10 years ago, when they were still losing money, but they always said we are investing in customer experience, we care about the customer. And today they are where they are, and retailers are understanding this, and now they are understanding that quickly.
I'll pick up on where Lior ended. Speaks a lot about Amazon. I think it's a little bit even greater than just what Amazon shows, and everybody, of course, wants to compete. I think if you look at the enterprise software, a lot of the UI UX issues improved dramatically because we as a consumer used to whatever application we use on our mobile, and then we expect that also Salesforce will have the same user interface and many others. I think when you come to the last mile delivery, which Brinks provide, Of course, Amazon was a major player in the field, is a major player in the field, and impacting the way that Amazon competitors are playing. But it also has to do with what we get from Uber and what we get from many others of those crowd source delivery. And there is no reason why I can track my Uber driver, where it comes, who is he, when he will arrive, and exactly when I should go down when I do the delivery online. And I think that the consumer experience is changing, and expectations are going higher. Leo spoke about some that it's taking them longer. There are, you speak with a lot of retailers. Some of them are still living the old world, and they speak with the trucks that they have and the fleet that they have. And companies like Bring are serving multiple fleets. It can be your own fleet, it can be DHL, FedEx, and it can be a crowdsource delivery like Uber. And this is the new world. So the new world comes from the expectation of the consumer, the supply of multiple fleets that you have that may be good for one city, this fleet, and for New York City, you need 5 fleets. And of course, with the technology and having a technology like Bring that allows you to, through all this supply chain, so-called, from the shop or warehouse through the driver up and all the way to the consumer, getting it, as we all say, in Tuesday at 5 o'clock or within 24 hours or within an hour. This has changed the new experience. And I think that it's always very difficult to predict, but within some time, it can be a year, it can be 3 years, this will be de facto the normal. So this is just about time, and obviously early adopters are gaining. And you can see it also here when we go to groceries. Some you know to order online, some you probably won't try it.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank
I
you.
think Ben,
yeah.
Ben, if I can add, I think, to tie the two things that Merav and Eran said, and Eran, thank you for understanding Bring that well. But I think Merav spoke a lot about data, and Eran spoke about technology. I think those two are combined because everything that we are doing, actually, the startups, what's interesting about it is that we are not adding workforce. We are in a way layering technology and data analytical skills and abilities on top of existing flows and improving them without changing the physical world. It's just a technology extra. I mean Uber and Get, before that in Israel, there were especially Get in Israel, there were no new taxis. It was using the same taxis, using the same drivers, nothing more than that, but a lot of technology on top of it allows people to achieve things that were not possible before. So Merav spoke a lot about the big data and knowing customers that have never been in a specific site before, because you combine data from other locations. Eran said that things that we are doing, for example, that combining fleets that just didn't exist 10 years ago. There was no Uber deliveries 10 years ago. There was no DoorDash. There was no Postmates. Connecting to external fleet was very difficult. This is happening all over the world, and retailers can use that technology and those advances to their own good.
And it goes another way as well. Yeah. The data and tech that is layered on top of retail and really does provides this new experience of new retail that we're talking about is actually now being deployed in other places. And a good example is Fiverr, which is actually selling services very similar to the way that retailers are selling products. Okay, I mean, they actually took Amazon as an example of how to navigate through a huge amounts of products and get to the right product for the right person, and actually deploy the same thinking process and the same UI UX to services and to freelancers. And if you look at the earlier freelance solutions online, they try to emulate the freelancing world of today using technology. So they would put you together with a freelancer, and you would start a negotiation, and you would start a process of trying to close a deal, okay, like you would in the offline world. But what Fiverr understood, and the reason they became so successful, is that there's no reason to do that. You could package services as products and do exactly the Amazon experience with services and navigate people through UI UX, which is very smart and uses a lot of data to surface the right services to the right people and provide a matching between supply and demand, which is a retail matching between supply and demand. So I think this is one example, but we're seeing, this new retail experience being deployed today in very different worlds that wouldn't be close to retail before.
Okay, I'm very happy that you all spoke about what's coming next, what's the future, whether it's, the new normal in taxis, right? Taxi riding. So Lior was the CTO of Gett, which is an Uber-like company controlling the market in Israel and a few other big cities around the world. And as you talked about productizing workforce skills and freelancing. So we just have a few more minutes left. Let's fantasize now about how the retail world and the shopping experience will look like, in 2025 or even 2030. Will we see drones making deliveries? Will false negative payment approvals, Merav, be gone, and everything will just be seamless and fast and fun? What's how the world is going to look like, and what retailers, brands, technology companies should build now.
No more fraud in 10 years. No more fraud.
Are you kidding? I just said that they always get smarter and will be needed always. So it will be fun, but I don't think fraudsters will go away, unfortunately.
Yeah, no, I was kidding. I think first it's a very good question, especially around also what will happen with workplace and how we would work in 10 years. I think those things are deeply connected. Drones, autonomous cars, autonomous warehouses, faster deliveries, faster options, and so on and so forth. They provide better experience. Why do they provide better experience? They allow consumers to have control, which translates, they allow consumers to have more time. They have more time to do what they want, whatever it is. I think retailers would have to, and it's already starting, they will specialize in either mass selling to the masses, selling and delivering to the masses, which is generic produce like Amazon today, and specializing in special deliveries for people who care deeply about a specific type of something. For example, I'm a runner. Most likely the things that I'm buying, the shoes that I'm buying, the clothes that I'm buying are not the same as somebody who runs, occasionally as a weekend warrior. We care about different things. And vice versa, cheese, wine, and so on and so forth. So some retailers would know how to do it in scale. Using drones, using autonomous warehouses, online and all the data together, while others will do something close, organic, specialized to my need, type of produce that will be delivered quickly when I want it. All of it will translate to more time for people, and that would be the interesting thing. How would we work, and how would we live when we have more time? What would we do with this more time? Hopefully, personally, I hope that we will not use it to work more. We will do something useful about it. But I think
Yuval Noah Harari said that, since robots are going to do everything, machines, we're going to have all this free time. What are we going to do? And the other thing is that companies will need customers. So we will be actually shopping all the time. I think that's what he said.
So shopping is fun, as long as you understand that you're doing it for fun. Maybe psychologists will make a lot of money, and it will be the new thing. In terms of what will happen, I think in 5 years, at least in logistics, it will be without trying to scare anybody, it will be the age of machines in logistics for sure. So today there are a lot of people involved. It will be more and more autonomous. But what's more interesting, bring the way we define ourselves is orchestrations of delivery systems and logistical chains. It will be not one machine like we are today delivering the last mile. It will also be connecting to the autonomous warehouse. It will be connecting to the first mile and the middle mile. Everything has to be autonomous. I think that, by the way, in that aspect, COVID and contactless deliveries is a strong pusher in that direction. No human interaction in the delivery and buying of things as much as possible. So that would be interesting. I think also is nicely poised to help customers reach it. And then once you start thinking about it, connecting the last mile information, like the house and the person that ordered it and so on and so forth, to data lakes like fraud detection, because this person ordered something and they actually signed for it and they didn't return it. What does it mean on the next time that they are buying something, and so on and so forth. Once those things those systems start to talk to each other and share information and share data, that will be the experience, and then everything will be faster and better.
Okay. Hey, Merav, Erez, Eran, do you want to add something about the future?
I think Leo was touching about data. That's part of it, and I think and also what Merav was speaking about in terms of the fraud, because I think data will be the biggest part. Even at Bring, today they have tons of data that practically we are not actually, or they are not using actually, about when am I getting what, am I expecting a delivery today at 4 or within an hour. And eventually they will know about millions and tens of millions, 100 millions and billions. When do they get delivery and how, and what are their preference? You take the same thing about ideas that are running now that are in early stage about cash-free free checkout, like Amazon Go or Trigo that you mentioned, that you spoke, Trigo Vision. And then you are going to the shop, you are and check out without any cashier at the end, but using the app of the retailer. Eventually, the app will know, or the retailer will know via the app and via what I do online, what I'm buying in store, what I'm buying online, and the complete data set will be around us. And then all those frightening ideas that Leo was mentioning, that they will know exactly what we want, will be able to have it. So I think the data that will be around it would be huge and probably the most significant thing.
I think that new retail in general initially was very lent itself very well to very large aggregators like Amazon, the supermarkets of the online world, and the user experience was more or less the same for anything that you buy. And I think that for early days of the new retail, it was absolutely necessary. And we are seeing a very, very concentrated industry in e-commerce in general. These are large behemoths that are becoming larger and larger in what they do. But I think that there is an interesting trend going on now in which the actual shopping experience online is becoming a part of the product. Okay, and that lends itself to different shopping experiences for different types of products, for specialization in different areas, and for these new DTC companies, the direct-to-consumer companies, which actually understand that the delivery mechanism, delivery in the largest sense, from finding the customer online to actually providing him the product or service, is the product. Okay? And Warby Parker and Harry Shave Club, Dollar Shave Club, Glasses USA, Resident, and Casper. I mean, these are all companies that understood that the whole chain is really what this is all about. And it's not about selling a mattress. It's selling a user experience of how to get a mattress to your home and make you happy with it, or glasses, or whatever you like. And these new models, I think, are going to become more and more prevalent, and the supermarkets will still be, very important, and people will always do most of their shopping there. But I think that specialty products and specialty delivery channels and conversion channels will emerge bigger and bigger.
Sometimes we spend more time browsing and shopping than using the actual product, right? So it must be that the shopping experience is important. Merav, do you want to add a few last words?
Yeah, I was just going to say, and the customer is still going to be key, even, if they buy globally, but they want to pay locally and they want to return locally, still it's all going to be, as Leo said, the customer has control. And everything will need to be, around them, around their needs, around their convenience, around their desires, whether the refrigerator is going to stock itself, but for what they want. And sorry to say again, Leo, the fraudsters are still going to be there, whether it's me ordering or my fridge ordering for me.
You lost me.
Who knows? Machine might.
You lost me I'm the center of everything.
So machines might become fraudsters themselves, right? They're going to have conscience, and we're going to fight the machines.
Wow, this is going far.
Exactly. So in our next conference, right, or in 2025 when we all meet. So everybody, thank you very much for joining us. I learned a lot personally, and I think our audience learned a lot as well. And I'm curious to learn more and to watch your companies and your funds and see how you're moving on and forward with with everything that you're doing, and how you keep on growing and enabling the retailers and the brands to stay relevant and deliver an even better shopping experience to all of us. So thanks everyone for joining, and I hope to see you in our next event.
Welcome to the panel of Future Retail through the Internet of Things. So let's start by a short introduction. So Avital, maybe you will be the first one today.
Sure. Hi, I'm Avital Sterngold, General Manager of the Israel market at Fabric. Fabric is a company that enables on-demand fulfillment for everyone through usage of robotics and AI and machine learning. And I'm sure we'll get to talk more about our solutions, so I'm going to let us move forward.
Perfect. Michael from Trigo.
Hi, so I'm Michael Gabay. I'm the co-founder and CEO of Trigo. Trigo is the company that converts traditional supermarkets into autonomous. The first product that we're offering is the ability for shoppers to walk into the store and walk out without the need to do anything. They don't need to scan anything. The retailers don't need to do anything, but we're going to offer the market many other applications as well based on the technology.
Kobe from Water.io.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for asking me to join this panel. So I'm Kobe Bentkowski. I'm the CEO and co-founder of Water.io, and we are the Internet of Packaging company. So we are turning packages to become smart, making applications that work with the regular product that we daily use them, which called the consumer packaged goods, and generate data from customers to the brands that they are our customers. Thank you.
Thank you for having me. Great to be here. So I'm Ido Mercado. I'm heading the IoT for Trax. Trax is a company that actually does a shelf digitization. So both for companies, manufacturers, so CPGs, and retailers. We are doing it through collection of data via mobile devices, robots, other smart sensors, and through recognition, computer vision, basically.
I'm Omri. I'm a general partner in Go Venture. We invest in Israel in early stage in deep tech. We're managing today $250 million. But the less interesting part in this discussion today. So first question to all the forums. So the retail industry has been in transition for years now, with the growth of e-commerce forcing retailers to find an appropriate balance between physical and digital channels. But then came COVID and accelerate this transition by orders of magnitude. How do you see your customer adapting to this crisis and planning for the post-COVID time? So maybe Trigo will start.
Great, thank you. So we are now focusing the grocery segment, and the grocery segment also during the COVID-19 is very physical. More than 95% of the revenues are coming during the COVID-19 from the physical stores. So the demand that was before the COVID-19 became even bigger because of the fact that supermarkets are now and grocery retailers are doing more revenues in the e-commerce and in the physical stores. So for us, the transition is that the demand that was very high before the COVID-19 for cashless and touchless solutions became much bigger.
Perfect. Avital, what are your thoughts about this question?
Sure. So obviously for us at Fabric enabling e-commerce, this is our golden time. So COVID, in a way, sort of the way we think about it, it pushed the clock forward 5 years. So if we look at estimations in terms of online penetration, for instance, in groceries, and I don't want to contradict what Michael is saying, but if we look at e-commerce penetration in groceries, we went from around sort of projections around 4%, and again, food categories in the US, up to over 12% in this past year. And the numbers are growing. And what we're also seeing, which is really interesting, is we're seeing at customer surveys that customers going online for the first time who've never ever shopped online for various areas. And not only are they shopping online for the first time, but when they ask them whether they plan on continuing to shop online, sort of around 50% or so saying, yes, we're going to keep on using this method for shopping. So we're seeing a tectonic shift in the way that consumers are behaving, both in Israel, in the US, and actually around the world. And that's increasing the demand from the end consumers, which is then also forcing retailers to find solutions to make a scalable offering on e-commerce. And that's where we come into the picture.
Cool. Ido, we'll be happy to hear your thoughts on that.
Sure. So continue what Avital and Michael said. I mean, this is a transaction we see. So moving from the brick and mortar kind of into e-commerce. And one of the things that we believe the trucks can, assist in this process. So it's not a one day kind of transition in a sense. So as we said, as Avital said, some of the shoppers utilize e-commerce for the first time. We believe that around 30% of them would keep using e-commerce. So taking this in account and taking the fact that for a retailer to switch from a physical store to an e-commerce enablement in a sense, would take time, and we show that some of the demand would still require a brick and mortar kind of stores, physical stores. So the idea that we can digitize the shelf in a sense, and every given moment to know what exists and what's not, what is compliant to the retailer target, will enable the retailers to go into kind of this transition mode between physical store picking by the consumer to e-commerce, or even, the combination of that. So ordering and picking, will allow and enable the retailer to make this transition in a better way, in a sense, more cost effective and faster.
Perfect. And Kobe, I would love to hear your thoughts on some of the main trends in the industry and how those have accelerated or maybe declined in COVID. So we're happy to hear your thoughts. You're on mute.
So as my partner has been saying before, there is a change. So we are working with a lot of brands, and at the beginning of the COVID, we have been seeing that they have been struggling to find a way and how to sell to customers that are not coming to the stores. And at the beginning, on one hand, they had increasing in demand, mainly in things that we can see in vitamin and supplements. There was a huge increase in demand. And so they were struggling to how to maintain their customer, how to manufacture, and how to ship. And in the last few months, now we see there is a new buzzword that we see from brands. It's going digital. So all of the brands understand that they need to go digital. They need to do somehow to maintain the connection with their customer, with their existing customer that already bought from them by Amazon or by any other online or e-commerce solution. And now we see that beside of going digital to maintain their customer, they want and they understand that the personalization, the direct to customer and subscription is their next leap. So definitely there was, I think that Avital was saying, the acceleration of in between 2 to 5 years in between, let's say, 6 to 9 months, something like this. Yeah.
Perfect. Yeah, I think all of us understand we're in good time for retail, right? It's all of us, all our families, all our friends. This is very easy to explain today. So one more question to all of you. So you are part of amazing companies, right? You are maybe the best companies in this domain in Israel. Can you help the people listening to us by sharing the main challenges your companies are facing this year? Did your companies recruit more people this year? Did your revenue increase in 2020? And what are your plans for next year? It will be very interesting for the crowd to listen to you. So Avital, maybe you will be the first one this time.
Sure, with pleasure. So I think it won't come as a surprise following the introduction of the previous question when I talk about our challenges, because I think for us at Fabric, probably the biggest challenge is sort of ramping up our production or introducing more and more MFCs and being able to create capabilities that support our retailers. So in terms of growth, you can see growth in every single metric. So our revenues grew over 200%. Our headcount grew by over 50%, both in Israel and in the US. And there's significant growth in terms of pipeline. It's basically all over, right? And we're sort of focusing on creating our infrastructure and ability to catch up and lead that growth. And I think if you think about sort of 2021, for us, I think there's two different angles to it. So one is here in Israel, where we're really focusing on deepening our proposition to our customers. So you're going to be seeing us work with more customers, introduce more capabilities, both upstream and downstream. That is beyond our micro-fulfillment center, which is the core product that we offer. And then in the US, you're going to see more, I would say, rather than deepening of or in addition to deepening of the proposition, you're going to be seeing much more expansion into additional geographies and retailers that are going to start benefiting from our services.
Perfect. Ido?
Sure. So it's not, as Avital said, it's not a surprise that a tech company around retailers in a good condition right now. So if I'm the bottom line is that we are going to hire globally actually, and the reason for that is that if I'm looking at the last couple of months during Corona, it was kind of a crazy time. So in the beginning, it was less, I would say, less stabilized supply and demand chain when everybody are in panic and everybody not sure that we'll be able to get what they need. And then we saw some interesting trends where consumers change not just the way that they are buying and what they are buying, in a sense. So we see value is more important to the consumer than actually a brand, in a sense. And if you're looking at cases where the value is playing a bigger role in decisions, this is where you probably need more, I would say, eyes on the shelves, and to make sure that you've got the right product, the right capacity of product, and to be very agile about it and very flexible about it, which is practically there is no way to do this unless you use technology in a rapid way. So this is so given all of these kind of new trends and new shoppers and how they behave, I would definitely see increase in demand for technology from that kind. So definitely a good focus for us.
Cool. Michael?
Yeah, so as I said in the beginning, we had with a very high demand before COVID-19. During the COVID-19, the demand became much, much higher. I can say that we are almost 100% more employees than what we had before the COVID-19. In the last few months, the company continued to grow very fast, and we are continuing to hire many employees because of the demand. During the last few months, we signed with few retailers that are top-tier retailers from the world. I can also give an example that one of the retailers, we never met them physically. It's something that I thought before the COVID-19 couldn't happen in this kind of enterprise deals, very large deals, but that's fact. So the company continued to grow and even faster than what it was before the COVID-19.
So one more question for you, but I hope there are enough Talpiyot graduate in Israel for Twigo if you are growing in 1% every year, but never mind, let's discuss it after that. So can you discuss any changes to the value proposition you had to integrate with the limitation, of physical presence? You're doing hardware integration, even though your solution is software. How can you do that, right? From Israel, in England, in US, in APAC?
So the grocery retailers are essential businesses and also vendors. So we continue to, in that way, to work regularly and nothing changed. The supermarkets are opened and we can we can operate there freely, and also all of our vendors can operate freely. So in that case, it didn't change anything, and it's not interference in operating those countries.
Perfect, amazing. And Kobi, you are trying to have consumable live up to the interactive expectation of the new generation of digital native. Can you tell us a bit more about your vision in this domain?
Yeah, definitely. So as we all know, all the products around us are becoming smart, and the only things that was not changed in the last, we think in the last century, is the product themselves. So we're still buying, regular bottles or regular packages that are not connected. They are not telling us, for example, how much to take, when to consume, and reorder themselves. So this is something that we are changing, and we see in the last, few years that also the brands are now more listening and open to this kind of things. Lately, we announced that we have some kind of partnership with Amazon, mainly on the replenished products. So think about the opportunities for brands that on day one, they are, filling bottles, putting them on trucks, and then they ship to the stores or put it on the shelves. And to the point that now their product are starting to generate data. They know who are the customer. They have a direct to customer connection. And the products, when they are going to run out, they automatically replenish themselves from Amazon and with others that we are working. So this is a really big change that is now moving in the industry, and as we said before, the epidemic changes dramatically at this point.
Perfect. And Amazon is all around this discussion, and I think around all of us in many aspects. So Avital, how do you help your customers stay relevant and competitive with the high bar of Amazon setting and continuously raising?
Fantastic question. And then I think in that respect, we're actually one of the I'm not sure if one of the few people, but we're definitely one of the players that enjoy most the ripple effects of Amazon raising the bar. So the more Amazon raised the bar in terms of customer expectations, the more the rest of the world has to catch up. And we are one of the only viable solutions in the market that actually let them not just catch up with Amazon, but go a step forward. Because what we do is we do micro-fulfillment centers. So instead of looking at the old paradigm of large robotic warehouses, Amazon style, that sit miles and miles outside of the city, what we do is we do micro-fulfillment centers at the heart of the city, a couple of miles from the end customers, and that transforms the abilities of the offerings that retailers can give their customers. So we enable on-demand fulfillment, we enable same day, we enable next day, and that is something that's just fundamentally different in the DNA of the sort of distributed model that we bring to the world. And in that respect, sort of the more Amazon sets the bar, the more we benefit and the more our offering is already there in terms of what customers are acquiring.
Cool. And Ido, at the end of the day, you do magic with consumer data. What types of behavioral changes were you able to identify since the outbreak?
Thank you. So as we said, it kind of split it to two. One is how the consumers are buying, and second, what they are buying. So how they're buying relates to the way that they are buying more through e-commerce channels, direct channels. Second, they are buying more in bulks. So if they are getting into the store or ordering, they would order more kind of more products of the same brand or of the same category. So this is practically how they are buying. And as we kind of outlined before, and kind of even what my friend here said, this is where we can enhance and allow retailers to kind of make this transition in a better way. The second is what they are buying, and I think we talked about it in the previous questions. But it all comes to the value they are trying to get out of the product. So they are trying to maximize the kind of the value versus the brand in a sense. One additional kind of thing we observed is that consumers, shoppers, will now these days lean more toward private brands. So this is where, as it seems, you'll find kind of the quality and the price and the value. And this is also where trucks get in and make kind of allowing the retailer to make the right decisions according, to the supply chain, to demand fulfilling, share of the shelf, and allow it to be kind of dynamic in a sense.
Perfect. And Kobe, as you are an IoT company, do you see either market trends or investment in IoT technology by the brand you're working with? Any changes you can elaborate with this forum and the crowd?
Yes, definitely. So it's quite clear that brands are now starting the IoT and the connection with the customer is becoming something that is relevant. So you can see the innovation manager and the marketing and the sales starting to talk about IoT and how we get data. Because again, Amazon is raising the bar as much as Amazon is raising the bar, and the other understand that data is the new oil. It's an old sentence, and they need the data. They need to know who is the customer, because otherwise the winner takes it all. So we see a lot of investment in IoT. One of them is Amazon, which is quite clear. They're putting more and more products which are the Echo like in the house. And one of the things that the industry was struggling a lot of time is how to grab the data from products that are in the house, and Amazon is starting to solve this. So the Echo, you can already see in Amazon website for developers, the Echo is starting to be some kind of router. And on the other side, you can see the 4G and the 5G. They have specific categories for IoT. And the telcos are starting to implement this kind of way that there would be a gateway to be lower cost, and the data can go and you can integrate it into daily use product. So yeah, definitely the trend is accelerating, and the market is starting to accept the IoT technology.
Yeah, Echo is amazing. I've been in a reInvent last year when we can go to Vegas. And they spend so much money around Echo and so much money in investment in the ecosystem of Echo. So yeah. I like you believe in that. So Michael,
so if you have been in Vegas, so you saw that we are one of the major part of the Echo and the Amazon booth in Vegas last year. And the last conference, I think it was.
Yeah, but after 1 year at home, I don't remember Vegas anymore. So, so this time we'll be reInvent from you, but never mind. So, Michael, is the value you're offering to your customers have changed due to the pandemic?
Yes, I think that first of all, the customers of our customers, the shoppers, value more sleek experience, that you can just walk in and walk out without gathering together in the checkout lines near to one to each other. So I think, first of all, when the shoppers value more what we do, then our customers, the retailers, value much more than what we do, and we can offer them. Also, all over the world, there's the limitation of the amount of that can go inside the supermarket in a given time. And when many people gather together near to the cash registers, then also people can go inside the store. So retailers are losing revenues because of the fact that people can't go inside the stores. So yes, the COVID-19 makes there is an effect that the value for the solution is higher now because of those things.
Yeah, after listening to all of you, I think that COVID was a good thing to the world. So, but at least for you, it's good. So it's
yeah.
No, I'm joking.
We have the luck. I think that it makes the demand for what we do bigger. But of course, it's yeah.
So Ido, and I will be happy that you will elaborate a bit. So how did the fact that Walmart stopped working with Bossa Nova and came back to work with human affect Track's vision, when you always claim that you will take benefit of technology to reduce costs and manual work of humans? So I'm not sure everybody in the crowd know what happened. So if you can give some background and you're thinking about it, it will be great.
Sure. So first of all, Bossa Nova, just kind of to introduce, the company is a robotic company that provide shelf digitization services. So think of similar to what Trucks kind of service. So think of availability, if I'm missing something on the shelf, if there is a issue with a price or it's not compliant to the price it should be per this product, and how the shelf behaves in a sense. So Bossa Nova was the main customer for Bossa Nova was Walmart. And I would start with the fact that it's not really a surprise to Trucks that this was kind of terminated. And as you said, I mean, Walmart are now going to move. So they compare the human performances into the AI robotics in this case performances. So just as a note. Manual gap scan. So this is where somebody goes into the shelf and scan for gaps to issue replenishment instructions. Is around the accuracy of or performances. Many accuracy of such a process is around 75%. So this indicates to us that Bossa Nova performances was relatively low, and this kind of indicates two things. One is noise. So think of an adaptation rate of a technology. If you create noise, false alarms, you'll get some issues with how the store associate treat this data and actually using this technology. So this is one. The second thing is when you are operating in around 70-75% accuracy rate, it prevents you from using or utilizing this data. And as Kobe said, data is the new oil. Utilizing this data for other things like, utilizing this data for supply chain automatic processes and things like that. So if you've got so many errors, then you get bad results. So this is kind of the one thing, the one aspect as we see it, the accuracy of this data or the performances of the product. The second thing is the fact that they are utilizing robot as a collection method and only robot. So in a sense, they are a robotic company, and it's kind of makes me a little bit happy to say that when we thought about it 2 years ago, we said that we want to be agnostic to the collection. We are an AI company that provides and generates insights, actionable insights. And we want to make sure that the collection is a tool for us to collect this data. So robots, being a robot has some limitations, the collection rate, how many times you can scan the store, interaction with customers, size of the stores. This is where we see that having multiple collection methods, multiple IoT devices would be a gain for us. And this is where you'll see our smart shelf cameras, ceiling mounted cameras, and obviously robots.
Perfect. Avital, so COVID-19 created an abundance of free commercial space in city centers with significant ramp up in the amount of deliveries. Do you see this as an opportunity to Fabric? Maybe to increase your locations in the US, in other places?
Sure. So you can guess what my response to this question is going to be. But I want to make a comment about something you said before, and then I'm going to react to this, because you were talking about how if you listen to what everyone's saying here, like COVID's the best thing that happened to us. And I don't disagree with that statement, but I do want to mention, I think that probably most companies here did experience a period of a couple of months where like the whole world was like, wait, what's going to happen? How's this going to impact the fundraising environment? How's this going to impact the deals when retailers need to make large commitments, etc.? So I think there were sort of two phases to this, right? There was the initial phase of confusion and trying to make sense of this. And then there was the go run phase of it. So that is just one thing I wanted to mention, because I think it's important to remember the first phase when we talk about the second phase. And then the second thing is to your actual question about the spaces. And this is something it's not new to COVID, and it's not new to the pandemic. So the trend of big box retailers and department stores shutting down and being replaced by e-commerce is a trend that's been going on for years now. It's been accelerated, but it's going on for years. And therefore, at the heart of our solution has always been the idea of getting into flexible spaces. So for instance, one of our first micro-fulfillment centers is in Tel Aviv, in the Kol Bo Shalom Tower, in the basement, in what's essentially used to be a parking lot, right? So we took a parking lot, we converted it into a micro-fulfillment center that offers thousands of items a day, grocery items. In Israel, we work with Rami Levy in that site. So that is in the heart of what we do. And then when we think about the context of where we're living in today, where there is a lot of underutilized real estate, whether we're going from malls to parking lots, that is exactly the bread and butter of what we do and what we can offer and are taking advantage of. And again, this is not a US specific trend. It's not an Israel specific trend. It's very much a global trend from what we're seeing.
Cool. So, and almost last question to everybody. So Alibaba coined the term nude retail to describe I've taken the power of the digitization and big data beyond current application in e-commerce can create new dynamics between consumers, products, wholesalers, and retailers in the physical commerce space. But that was pre-COVID definition. So how will you define the new retail in next year, 2021? Hopefully with Biden and no Corona. So maybe Kobe will start this time.
I didn't know that we are the science fiction one. No COVID. It looks a science fiction session. But yeah, definitely there is a big change. I think that Avital and also I can say that all of my colleagues here is saying the exact thing. I think that Ido was saying that I read yesterday about that people don't like to be in the stores. They in the same aisle. They with a robot. So so this is one of the things. So on one side, it looks that people will going to go out from stores. So the e-commerce is going to boom. We are working with brands. We see numbers. So the numbers are huge. So things that people were supposed to go to store and to buy are now becoming online. People are going, and this is something for Michael, that people are going into store and coming into store and want to go as fast as much go outside. So they only pick what they need. They don't have time to look on new products and new things and even connect between the advertising that they saw on TV to the new product that is on the shelf. So there are definitely new challenges. And I think that we are going to think that the world is going to think that something like very much like Alibaba. So many retailers will have their a shop in somewhere or another that they can be easily move into e-commerce. There would be a small fulfillment centers like Avital was describing, which supply the packages and don't need to wait 3 months to Alibaba to ship the package, and everything is going to move to e-commerce. So people, even not the Z generation or the Y generation, even more elderly people that needs to stay at home, starting to understand that packages or the shop from supermarket can come without going into the supermarket. This is something that is going to stay.
Cool. Michael, what are your insights on that?
Yes, for us, new retail is a complete fusion between the e-commerce user to the physical user. I mean, it's going to be the same app and exactly the same user and very similar data. The wisdom of the data that retailers today have in the e-commerce, they will have the same thing in the physical stores. So that is the first thing, and also their ability to use the data for many different applications, operating applications, analytic applications, marketing applications, and in all come from the ability to really understand everything that happens inside the store. So this is how we see the new retail, and I think it's pretty much similar to what Kma from Alibaba wrote in his article.
Cool. Ido?
Yeah, so not much to add. I completely agree with both Kobe and Michael. We see kind of the physical store and the digital store boundaries kind of disappearing in a sense, given the technology and what you can do there. So from that aspect, not much to add. Maybe one thing I will add that Alibaba, what I see in what they're doing and how they're going to treat this world is not just the retailer and the consumer. It's also how they are connecting all the dots. So the supplier, the manufacturer, the CPGs, the retailers, the fulfillment centers, and the consumer. So everything to me would enhance. So with kind of the COVID to me probably was some kind of a steroids to this transition because the need is there. Connecting different entities, different stakeholders was always been there, but now the pain is greater given all the constraints that we've talked about during this last minutes.
Perfect. So Avital, same question, but two more. One, do you think that we can have in few years from now a unicorn in retail domain in Israel? I think it's about time. One of you maybe is close, but I don't know the numbers, but this is one. And second, if you have any summary that you want to say, so feel free to add.
Sure. So I'll start with the question that was asked before, because everyone talked about the connectivity between the online and offline and omnichannel strategy and data, etc. I think from my perspective, yes, obviously it's all connected, but the question that's really coming up strongly is what is the role of the offline store as people are shifting away from it? And I think it's really, really early to herald the death of the offline format, because that's clearly not the case, but it is reinventing itself. And I think there's still a lot to be seen and learned in terms of where it goes, several directions that we know it goes. And some of them were mentioned here, but not all. One is indeed around the click and collect and adding another node to the logistics chain. It's a bit of an expensive node, right? Because these are usually prime real estate. But that is one part which the offline world is taking on. Another thing that we're seeing, especially in grocery with our customers that work with us on a platform mode, so basically leasing our technology, they go for hybrid models. So they'll have a micro-fulfillment center within a grocery store where they focus on giving customers a certain experience offline in the store, and then the sort of commodities get through the micro-fulfillment center, the fast movers, etc. So there's different type of attempts at building that hybrid model that gives more meaning into that offline store or offline location. But I think it's pretty early to say that this has been figured out, because it sounded a little bit from the conversation like everyone's figured it out, it's all the same data, etc. And I think folks are still trying to figure out what does that mean to that world. So that's to the first question. To the second question about the unicorn, we're working really hard on it. And I'm pretty sure there are other people around the table as well. So no doubt, I think Israel's role in retail tech overall has been growing over the last few years, and we're seeing more and more meaningful impact. And it really comes up, I think, actually at a place where Israel really shines, right? Because we can bring that sort of innovative edge, the tech, to what used to be a bit of an old school world that's learning to innovate itself. And I think this is a great place where Israel can be more and more relevant. Another area where we're more and more relevant is as logistics and supply chain and last mile and all of the sort of brain behind making this magic work is taking a more dominant role. Again, Israel is playing a role in here. So absolutely. And in terms of summary, I think we're all different companies that are enjoying the same trends and helping influence the same trends, which is making us smarter so that we can end up giving a better value proposition both to the end consumers and to the retailers that we work with in order to support that. So I think it's quite a privilege to be here with all of you, and thank you very much.
And Michael, I know that I won't like your answer, but because we as Grove missed the opportunity to invest in Trigo, but what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, as Vital said, we're working very hard to continue expand the company. I think that there is a potential here to really build big businesses in Israel to serve retailers all over the world. In our case, it's right now tier 1 retailers, and I think the opportunity is huge. And Israel is coming with a very unique offering with the cutting-edge technology. So this is what we are. This is what I think most of the Israeli companies are. This is where they're good. I hope to be one of your anti-portfolio unicorns next few years.
Yeah, I guess that's what will happen. So, Kobe, and it's amazing to see the progress of Water.io. You know, we met in the past many times, and what do you think? And summary notes from your point of view.
I think first that it's very impressive that the retail tech in Israel is developing. So I can say that we are on road for about a little bit more than 4 years. And at the beginning, it was retail tech is only done in the US. So definitely, it's amazing, and it's great to see brands like we are here in this panel and others that are not in this panel that are moving and bringing companies and bringing brands and bringing retailers to Israel and supporting this kind of industry and leading even this kind of industry. And this is amazing. I can see that I think, as you mentioned, that there are changes due to COVID. So definitely there are changes due to COVID. So we are going to see, I think, 2021, this will be a major change in the retail industry, and the companies like us and others that are in the business of one is the retailers, so and the other one is the brands. Things are going to change. So definitely you can see the customers are changing, the market is changing, and also the technology will win. So it's always like this. So I think it's a good line to end with.
Thank you.
Technology will win.
Yeah, hopefully. And Ido, you are last but not least, so happy to hear your thought.
So from a unicorn perspective, Trucks, unfortunately, it's not an Israeli company; it's a Singaporean one. So it was kind of recognized as a unicorn. So happy to be part of that. But as my colleagues said, we are looking at a bright future. In a sense, technology will win for sure. And COVID, as far as we see, is expediting these trends and these changes and adaptation, which is relatively a kind of slow adapting market by definition almost. So even if we were recognized as a unicorn, I still see growth and future and good future, kind of given the COVID situation and everything around it. So that's for that. On top of that, the closing remarks, I'm totally with Avital here. I think that there are a lot of companies here in Israel that can solve the problems and the pains retailer and consumer have in a good, innovative way that everybody will benefit. All the industry will benefit in the end. So happy to be here with you guys, and I think it's amazing.
So Kobe, Michael, Avital, Ido, thank you very much. Hope that next year we'll go back to old normal and meet in conferences and not only in a Zoom, webinar, whatever. It will be much nicer, but thank you very much, and hope you had a good time, and thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Take care.
Okay, take care.
אז שלום לכולם, ברוכים הבאים ל-Fireside Chat שלנו בכנס New Retail Fest. אני בן פלד, מארגן הכנס של חברת אנשים ומחשבים, שמח שנשארתם איתנו עד עכשיו. ועכשיו יש איתנו אורח מאוד מיוחד, צביקה ביידה, שהוא סמנכ"ל שירות ולקוחות בשופרסל. כולנו מכירים את שופרסל, אין צורך להציג, אני בכל זאת אזכיר שמדובר ברשת קמעונאות המזון הגדולה ביותר בישראל, עם מעל 300 סניפים ומעל 13 מיליארד שקל מחירות בשנת 2019. מה שמעניין במיוחד זה ששופרסל קיימת מעל 60 שנה, והיא בעצם מצליחה להישאר חדשנית ורלוונטית במקומות שרשתות אחרות, ותיקות כמו שופרסל, פשוט לא המשיכו איתנו. אז עוד עובדה מעניינת זה ששופרסל ידועה כאחד מאתרי האי-קומרס הגדולים בישראל, רובנו משתמשים באתר כזה או אחר לקניות המזון שלנו, במיוחד בתקופת הקורונה. אז מאוד שמח שאתה מצטרף אלינו, צביקה.
תודה רבה.
אני בטוח שאתה מוזמן להרבה מקומות, ושאתה מאוד מאוד עסוק. בעצם אנחנו נמצאים במשבר שהוא גם בריאותי, גם כלכלי, כולם צריכים מזון, אנחנו מוגבלים בתנועה, אנחנו לא תמיד יכולים ללכת ולקנות או לעמוד בתורים, והדבר הראשון שכולנו רצנו לקנות היה נייר טואלט וביצים, וכל פעם זה משהו אחר, ואתם עדיין מצליחים להיות רלוונטיים ולספק את השירות לקוחות. אתה בעצם אחראי על שירות הלקוחות, ובטח עוד על הרבה דברים שנמצאים תחת זה. אז אני אתחיל בשאלה מאוד בסיסית, איך אתם בעצם כרשת, וגם אתה והיחידות שאתה מוביל, מתמודדים עם משבר? היו לנו גלים, היו לנו סגרים, ספר לנו.
אז בוקר טוב, המעורבות של חברות באופן כללי, לפני שופרסל, רשתות השיווק, קמעונאי המזון, במשבר הזה היא מעורבות מאוד מאוד אינטנסיבית, בגלל שאנחנו בערך הסקטור היחידי או כמעט היחידי, אולי חוץ מתחום הבריאות, שלא רק שהוא לא נפגע במשבר, אלא הוא גם הפעילות מאוד מאוד צומחת, וזה נובע מכל מיני סיבות, בראש ובראשונה העובדה שיש יותר ויותר ישראלים שנמצאים בארץ, כי אף אחד לא נוסע לחו"ל, אנשים אוכלים רק בבתים כמעט, כי אין מסעדות ומקומות עבודה כבר פחות רלוונטיים, ואולמות ואירועים וכך הלאה, ובסוף הכל מתנקז, ואין שווקים, ואין חנויות רחוב, אז הכל מתנקז בסופו של דבר לסופרמרקט, וכולם רוצים לצרוך את השירותים האלו, וזה באמת שם את קמעונאי המזון במרכז הבמה. שופרסל היא מובילת השוק בפער ניכר מהמתחרות שלה, מבחינת נתח השוק, מבחינת היקפי הפעילות, ובפרט בעולם האונליין, ששם שופרסל השקיע במשך שנים, בעשור האחרון, השקעות עתק, שאפשרו לה להיות מובילת שוק בצורה עוד הרבה יותר משמעותית ממה שהיא מובילה בשוק הכללי של הסופרמרקטים בישראל. בעולם המזון באונליין אנחנו נמצאים בפער אדיר, וזה נתן לנו יכולות, התשתיות האלה שהן גם טכנולוגיות, הן גם לוגיסטיות, הן גם תפעוליות, הן גם שירותיות, הן גם מסחריות, וכל ההיבטים שאפשר לחשוב עליהם, שופרסל הייתה ערוכה כדי לתת מענה להיקפים עצומים של משלוחים ולהגדלה אדירה של הקפסיטי הזה. אז באמת בגל הראשון זה היה הטירוף הגדול, הייתה בהלה גדולה, היה חוסר ודאות, אני מזכיר גם שזה היה ערב פסח, זה היה שילוב של קורונה הראשונה, התחלתית, שאף אחד עוד לא כך ידע לאן זה הולך, יחד עם היערכות לליל הסדר, שבהיבטים של קמעונאות מזון גם ככה, זה השבועות הכי עמוסים בשנה, ובאמת היה את הבהלה לביצים, לנייר טואלט, למים המינרליים ולדברים אחרים, והאתגר הגדול בתקופות כאלה של שעות משבר, זה לדעת, זה מצד אחד עולם של שירות, מצד שני עולם של, נקרא לזה מצב חירום לאומי, והשאלה היא איך אתה משלב ביניהם, ונדבר על זה בהמשך. אחר כך הייתה איזושהי סוג של חזרה לשגרה, שאפשרה לנו קצת נקרא לזה להרגיע, קצת לחזור לדפוסי פעולה יותר שגרתיים, ואז לקראת סוף אוגוסט והכניסה לחגים, חגי תשרי, שוב פעם, וכמובן גל שני וסגר שני, אז שוב פעם נדרשנו לחזור לפעילות מואצת, אבל שם זה כבר בתצורה קצת שונה, פחות מאפיינים של שעת חירום ושל הגירה, ויותר מאפיינים של שגרה חדשה, של ups and downs כאלה, של עליות ומורדות, שלפעמים אנחנו נדרשים לשירותים יותר מואצים, ולפעמים פחות, ויש לזה משמעויות לא פשוטות, כי בסוף זה שירות שבמידה רבה הוא מבוסס על כוח אדם, וזה לא האקורדיון הזה של לגייס ולהיפרד, זה משהו שהוא מאוד מאוד מורכב, הן בהיבט של דאגה לעובדים, הן בהיבט של הכשרה, ועוד בהרבה היבטים אחרים, אבל זו המציאות, ואנחנו נערכים כדי לתת לה תשובות.
מגניב, תודה. אז תכף נדבר באמת גם על העובדים, גם על הלקוחות ואיך הציפיות שלהם משתנות, אבל אני רוצה לגעת באיזושהי נקודה, מילה שאתה הזכרת, אתה אמרת, אנחנו היינו ערוכים למשבר מבחינת האי-קומרס והאונליין, ואנחנו יודעים שטכנולוגיה וכל בעצם יכולות שיש לכם באתר, ובכלל בדאטאבייס, בבק אופיס שלכם, במערכות, זה לא משהו שאפשר להקים בשבוע או בחודש, זה משהו שצריך להקים חודשים, שנים מראש. אני מניח שאתם גם היום ממשיכים להשקיע בלבנות טכנולוגיות חדשות, להטמיע אותן, לתחזק את כל המערכת. אז כמה באמת חדשנות וטכנולוגיה חשובה לכם כארגון, כשופרסל, כמה היא הכרחית כדי להמשיך לשרת עשרות או מאות אלפי לקוחות שיש לכם, שנמצאים אצלכם בתדירות כל כך גבוהה, אנחנו קונים מזון פעם בשבוע ולא פעם בכמה חודשים, כמו דברים אחרים, נגיד שהם רהיטים או ביגוד.
קמעונאות מזון זה תחום באונליין, זה תחום סופר מורכב, זה תחום הרבה יותר מורכב מקמעונאות כללית, ממה שנקרא General Merchandise, רואים גם באמזון הגדולה ושהיא ספינת הדגל של e-commerce בכל העולם, שהאמזון פרש זה עולם שהוא יותר מצומצם, הוא מוגבל, זה לא אותה צמיחה אקספוננציאלית כמו שרואים בשאר התחומים, זה לא במקרה, זה בגלל שזה תחום כמו שאמרתי מורכב, לוגיסטית, יש אלמנטים של 3 ו4 טמפרטורות שונות שבהם אתה צריך להוביל את המוצרים, יש את ה-last mile שהוא עולם בפני עצמו, מרכזים לוגיסטיים, נושא של האתר שלעצמו, יש המון פריטים, סדר גודל של ככה פלוס מינוס 20,000 SKU, זה משהו שדי רגיל בקמעונאות מזון, והיכולת להתנהל ולנהל את כל זה, זה כרוך בהרבה מאוד, זה לא רק חדשנות טכנולוגית, אבל זה שילוב של מצד אחד חדשנות ויכולות טכנולוגיות, תשתיות פיזיות משמעותיות, כי בסוף מישהו צריך להגיע, מישהו או משהו צריך להגיע וללקט את ההזמנה, ובסוף לגרום לזה שהיא תבוא אל בית הלקוח. צריך להבין שבסוף טכנולוגיה וחדשנות הן לא המטרה, הן האמצעי. אני תמיד אומר את זה, הן האמצעי, מכיוון שברגע המטרה בסוף זה שהלקוח יחווה חוויית שירות טובה, חלקה ופשוטה. ובמקומות שבהם טכנולוגיה יכולה לעשות את זה יותר טוב מבני אדם, לשם אנחנו והעולם נלך, ולמשל כל עולם ליקוט המוצרים, בסוף ליותר יעיל ויותר נכון שרובוט יעשה, או מערכות אוטומציה כאלה ואחרות יעשו את התהליך הזה של לרוץ לאורך המחסן או החנות
כי הלקוח לא מרגיש את זה, נכון? הלקוח רוצה לקבל את המוצרים, לא אכפת לו איך הם נאספו לתוך הקופסה.
זה דבר אחד, ודבר שני, שאלה של תפוקה ופריון. בסוף בן אדם שהולך שעה בסניף ואוסף 60 מוצרים, זה יותר לאט ופחות יעיל מאשר מכונה שרצה ועושה את זה בכמה דקות.
וזה דברים שאתם משקיעים בהם? אנחנו מכירים את הרובוטים של אמזון, את החברות שהם רכשו לפני הרבה שנים, זה משהו ששופרסל גם משקיע בו?
שופרסל נמצאת בעיצומו של תהליך הקמה של 2 מרכזים לוגיסטיים אוטומטיים משמעותיים מאוד, מהחדשנים והגדולים ביותר בעולם. בעולם אין הרבה מאוד פעילויות כאלה, בתחום המזון אני מדבר. ושוב, המורכבות היא עצומה, כיוון שיש לך מרכזים שיש לך בתוך מרכז כזה אזור קפוא, אזור של 4 מעלות, אזור מה שנקרא של היבשים, מוצרים היבשים, מוצרי המכולת, ואלה הם דברים לא פשוטים, בסוף אתה צריך לקחת את כל המוצרים האלה, ללקט אותם, לארוז אותם נכון, ואז יש את השלב הזה, השתי מילים האלה, last mile בעולם המזון, זה סיפור רציני מאוד, כי במיוחד במדינה חמה, שלפעמים מגיעה גם ל-40 מעלות חום, שם קורים הרבה מאוד דברים שיכולים להפוך את האירוע הזה, מאירוע טוב לאירוע לא טוב, וכך הלאה. אז אנחנו משקיעים הרבה מאוד בנושא הזה, יש אתר אחד שהולך להיפתח ב-21 בשנה הקרובה, בקדימה, בשרון, אתר שני שנבנה בימים אלו עצום במודיעין, באזור המרכזים הלוגיסטיים של מודיעין, וזה הולך לקחת נתח שילך ויגדל בשנים הקרובות, ולאפשר הגדלה עוד יותר משמעותית של הקפסיטי באונליין.
יפה, עוד משהו סופר מעניין.
עוד מילה, שזה כמובן הצד הלוגיסטי, טכנולוגיה לא נמצאת רק בלוגיסטיקה, היא נמצאת גם מאחורי הקלעים, היא נמצאת ביכולת להכיר את הלקוח, להציע לו הצעת ערך פרסונלי, מערכות כמובן של CRM והתממשקות שלהם לכלל נותני השירות, ממוקד השירות לקוחות, דרך המלקט, יצירת קשר, האם כשאין מוצר ואנחנו רוצים להציע לך מוצר תחליפי, אנחנו נעשה את זה דרך SMS או בדרכים אחרות, זה עולם ומלואו, כמובן שטכנולוגיה שזורה בו לאורך הדרך, ובסופו של דבר אני אומר שוב, המטרה היא לתת שירות טוב וחלק ללקוח שלנו.
יפה, נכון, אתה הגדרת את זה נכון, הלקוח מה אכפת לו איזה טכנולוגיה יש מאחורי הקלעים, אכפת לו איזה שירות אתה נותן לו, איזה מוצרים הוא מקבל, והערך האמיתי שהוא מקבל. אז אני אגע בעוד נקודה שאתה הזכרת, זה בעצם המערכות CRM והשירות לקוחות, איך אתם בעצם מצליחים לעשות את זה שמאות או אלפי העובדים שלכם שצריכים לתת את השירות בכל יום, לא יכולים להגיע למשרד לפי מה שאני מבין, כמו שאר העסקים במדינה, וחלקם עובדים מהבית. איך עושים את זה?
ובאמת אתגר, אז א', בקימונאות, מי שעושה את העבודת שטח עצמה הוא חייב להגיע, זאת אומרת, אין דרך לייצר סניף של סופרמרקט או של מרכז שילוח של האונליין עם המדפים ריקים, בסוף צריך שמישהו יעמיס את המדפים האלה, מישהו יפרוק את המשאיות ומישהו יארוז את ההזמנות, וכמובן קופאיות וכך הלאה, אלה דברים שממשיכים, ולא בכדי המדינה החריגה את עולם הסופרמרקטים וקימונאי המזון כספקי שירות חיוני, כי שם אין אפשרות לעבוד מהבית, איפה שכן אפשר זה או בעולמות המטה או בעולמות הקול סנטר ושירות הלקוחות, ובאמת שם צמחנו בהיקפים עצומים של מאות אחוזים מבחינת מספר הנציגי שירות שלנו, ולאור מגבלות הקורונה גם התחלנו להפעיל את רובם המכריע מהבית. איך עושים את זה? גם פה אתה צריך א' להיות ערוך לזה מראש, אתה צריך שתהיה לך מרכזייה דיגיטלית שיכולה להתחבר למחשבים של אנשים בבתים, אתה צריך לספק להם מספיק מסכים ומחשבים כדי שיהיה אפשר לנהל את זה, אבל זה מאוד מאתגר, כי ברגיל אתה עובד ממוקד שירות לקוחות, כולם יושבים במקום ואתה מנהל את זה ואתה מבקר את זה, אם יש שיחה בעייתית מעבירים לשיחת מנהל מה שנקרא, וזה המעגל הראשון. במעגל השני היותר רך, יש גם כן משמעויות אחרות של חוויית עובד ואינגייג'מנט, עד כמה אתה יכול לחבר מישהו שלא ראית אותו אף פעם, כי הוא גויס עכשיו במשבר הזה, ואתה רוצה שהוא ייצג אותך, הוא הפנים של החברה בפני הלקוח, ומעולם לא ראה אותך, הוא מעולם לא ישב במתקן שהוא שלך, או של חברת אאוטסורס שהיא נותנת לך שירותים. אז זה מאתגר, ויש לזה גם מחירים, זאת אומרת, אין ספק שהתפוקה, הפריון, אתה מסתכל במספרים, אז אתה יכול, העובד מפיק מעצמו יותר, כאשר הוא מגיע לעבודה במקום העבודה, מאשר מהבית, והיכולת לחנוך ולבקר ולשפר ולאמן את העובדים היא מאתגרת יותר כשהם בבית, אבל אין לזה ברירה, אני חושב שזה האתגר, אתה לא יכול היום להושיב כמו לפני חצי שנה או שנה, 100 עובדים במרחקים של 1.20 מטר או פחות אחד מהשני, אז אתה צריך לרווח בין עמדות, וראינו שזה, למרות שזה מאתגר, זה אפשרי, ובאמת עלינו לרמה שיש לנו היום יותר מ-600 נציגי שירות, ואני אומר בעצם, אם לפני כן היו לנו 3 מרכזי שירות, אחד בנצרת, אחד באשדוד ואחד בראשון פה בבית, היום יש לנו 400 או 500 מרכזי שירות, כי כל בית כזה הוא מרכז שירות. אם יש תקלה ברוחב הפס, ואם יש ילדים ברקע שמדברים כי הם הולכים לבית ספר, ואם סתם הבן אדם כרגע אוכל תוך כדי שהוא מדבר עם לקוח, זה גם דברים שקורים, כן? בסוף זה לנהל עובדים, אז היכולת שליטה ובקרה היא הרבה הרבה יותר קשה, אבל זה עוד פעם אני אומר, זאת המציאות, ואנחנו צריכים להתאים את עצמנו אליה, כי היא לא תשתנה בעתיד הנראה לעין.
אז אתה אומר שהתשתית הטכנולוגית, תשתית ה-IT של הארגון, מפוזרת עכשיו על מאות נקודות, והייתה קודם ב3 מוקדים עיקריים, אז זה דורש הרבה יותר תשומת לב, גם טכנולוגית, גם תשתיתית וגם של ניהול, ואתה כבר ענית על השאלה, רציתי לשאול אותך מה אתה חושב שיהיה המודל העתידי, האם נעבוד רק מהבית או רק מהמשרד, או שזה היברידי, אתה אמרת שהתפוקה לפי דעתך גבוהה יותר של מישהו במשרד, האם זה שונה בין תפקידים, או שזה...
אני אגיד דבר והיפוכו. מצד אחד, אני חושב שהעולם לא יחזור להיות מה שהוא היה, אני אומר את זה כרגע באופן כללי, אני לא מדבר על המוקדי שירות של שופרסל, אני מדבר באופן כללי, אני שומע את זה גם אנשים מחברים ומקולגות, אתה מבין שעולם העבודה משתנה והוא לא יחזור להיות מה שהיה, אם היום רוב הפגישות ורוב האינטראקציות העסקיות נעשות כמו שאנחנו כרגע מדברים, ולא נפגשים, אז כנראה שלא נחזור למצב אפס שבו הכל בפגישות והכל בכנסים מרובי משתתפים, הנושא של הריחוק החברתי, הנושא של סטריליות, הנושא של חשיפה, והנושא שגם שאפשר פשוט, אני שומע על חברות שנמכרות במיליארדי דולרים, כשלא הייתה פגישה פיזית אחת בין המוכר לקונה, אז אתה אומר, זה אפשרי. מאידך, אני אומר את הדבר ההפוך, אני חושב שבסוף אנשים צריכים לצאת לעבודה, יש אלמנט היציאה מהבית, להתלבש, להתגלח, האלמנט החברתי, בסוף, אחרי הכל, אחרי כל הדיבורים, בסוף אנחנו יצורים אנושיים שצריכים את האינטראקציה, שצריך את החיבוק, גם אם הוא לא קורה פיזית, לשבת עם בן אדם בחדר, גם אם זה במרחק 2 מטר, זה שונה מאשר לשבת מול מסך. אני חושב שזה דבר שאחרי שהמגפה תחלוף, או שיהיו סימני דעיכה שלה, בין אם כי יהיה חיסון או בין אם דבר אחר, אנחנו נתחיל לראות חזרה בצורה כזו או אחרת. עוד פעם, אני לא טוען שהכל יחזור לקדמותו, יהיה מצב עולם חדש, אבל ללא ספק, לפחות בעיניים שלי, בראייה שלי, המציאות תהיה כזו שבה אנשים מבינים שהם צריכים את האינטראקציות החברתיות, הם רוצים, היית עכשיו שישי שבת בבית, יש איזשהו אלמנט שמוציא את האנשים החוצה, אני גם שומע את זה מהאנשים שלנו. נכון, שיש לך ילדים בתיכון או בחטיבה שלא הולכים לבית ספר, אז כרגע אין לך ברירה אלא לעבוד מהבית, אבל אנחנו מדברים כרגע על טווח טיפה יותר ארוך, אין לי ספק שהאמת תהיה איפשהו באמצע, יהיה יותר לגיטימי לקיים פעילות מרחוק כמו שאנחנו מקיימים כרגע, כמו שכאמור הרבה פעילויות אפילו משמעותיות מאוד מתקיימות מרחוק, אבל בסופו של דבר הצורך האנושי הבסיסי, אני חושב שהוא יגבר ואנחנו נראה חזרה למשרדים או למקומות העבודה, גם אם בתצורות קצת יותר מרווחות, קצת יותר סטריליות, קצת יותר שומרות על עצמם.
יפה, אני חושב שזה מאוד מעניין באמת לשמוע מה יש לך להגיד ולעקוב אחרי הפעילות שלך, כי אתה מנהל בעצם את העובדים שנמצאים במגע יומיומי עם הלקוחות, ואנחנו לא רוצים שהלקוח ירגיש מה שאנחנו מרגישים בתוך החברה, נכון? אם יש חוסר תקשורת או מתח או עובד לא מכיר את התרבות של החברה, בסוף הוא משדר את זה החוצה ללקוח, והחברה נפגעת. אז אוקיי, אז בוא נחזור עוד פעם מהטכנולוגיה לשירות וללקוחות. אתה בעצם נמצא איתם, היחידות שלך במגע יומיומי, ומצד שני אתה גם מאוד בכיר בחברה, ברשת שאתה בעצם מתווה את האסטרטגיה. אז איך אתה רואה ציפיות הלקוח, ציפיות של הלקוחות שלכם, משתנות, איך הם משתנו לאורך המשבר, ואיזה ציפיות בעצם יש ללקוחות שנצא מהמשבר. ובואו נדבר לקהל שלנו, חלקם יש להם, הם עובדים במותגי אופנה או ברשתות קמעונאות אחרות, בין אם זה בתפקידים טכנולוגיים או תפקידים ניהוליים, בסוף אנחנו רוצים שכל העובדים בארגון ילכו אחרי אותה אסטרטגיה וידבקו באותם עקרונות, ובשביל זה הם צריכים להבין מה הם ציפיות הלקוח. היום... כן. אז השאלה איך הם ישתנו ואיך הם יהיו אחרי המשבר, האם הם יהיו אותו דבר כמו קודם או אחרות.
אוקיי. אני חושב שהציפיות של הלקוחות שלנו בגדול לא משתנות. הציפיות הן אותן ציפיות, לקוחות רוצים בסוף לחוות חוויה קלה, טובה, פשוטה, נעימה, הם לא מדובר במערכת יחסים זוגית שיש לה איזשהם ערכים מעבר לזה. כשמדברים על נאמנות לקוחות, צריך לזכור, הנאמנות היא לא נאמנות של הלקוח למותג, הנאמנות היא לערך שהוא תופס כבא מהמותג. אם המותג עכשיו מספק לו ערך של זול כל השנה, והוא מרגיש שאכן זה הצעת הערך של אותו מותג או של אותו ספק, אז הוא יהנה לעשות איתו עסקים בגלל זה, או אם החוויה היא חוויה טובה, שירותית, אמינה, שאני יודע שלא משנה מה אני קונה אצלך באונליין, זה או יגיע בסדר, או יגיע לא בסדר, אבל אז אתה תתקן את זה מהר ותגרום לי לחוויה טובה, לשם הציפיות של הלקוח הלכו, הן הולכות, ולשם הציפיות גם יגיעו בהמשך. המאפיינים של סגר או של מחלה, הם רק דווקא מחדדים את הדבר הזה, מכיוון שיש לי פחות סבלנות למוצר שאני עכשיו צריך ללכת, אם יש איזו חברה שנותנת לי שירות, ואני יודע שסיפקה לי אונליין משהו, והוא מגיע לא כמו שצריך, ומדיניות ההחלפה היא כזו שהם מטרטרים אותי, ומקשים עליי, ואומרים לי תגיע לסניף ההוא, או תשלח לנו פקסים, או כל מיני דברים הזויים שעוד קיימים בחלק מהמקומות, אז אם בתקופה רגילה אנחנו מרגישים את זה כתרחה וכניג'וס, אז בתקופת חירום אתה מרגיש את זה עוד יותר, מכיוון שגם ככה אנשים מקובצים, גם ככה אנשים מרגישים לחץ, המצב הכלכלי יש לו השפעה, אז בסופו של דבר, אני לא חושב שיש איזה שינוי מאוד גדול בציפיות הלקוח, ציפיות הלקוח רק מתחדדות, כיוון שכמו תמיד בחיים, כשיש לחצים וכשיש מצבי חירום או מלחמה או משהו כזה, אז אתה רוצה כמה שיותר לנקות רעשים מהחיים שלך, אתה לא רוצה עכשיו שיהיה לך התעסקות עם הסופר, או התעסקות עם הספק של האינטרנט, או התעסקות עם המלון שהזמנת לפני חצי שנה, ואתה כבר לא יכול לצאת כי יש סגר והמלון סגור. אתה מצפה מאותו מלון, או מאותה חברת אינטרנט, או מאותו סופר, להיות עד כמה שאפשר נוחים, להיות עד כמה שאפשר אמפתיים, לעשות את החוויה סימלס, מה שנקרא, עם כמה שפחות כאב. זאת הציפייה הייתה אגב תמיד, אבל עכשיו היא מתחדדת עוד יותר. אם אני לא יכול לצאת מהבית, כי יש לי מישהו בבית בבידוד, אז אני מצפה משאר העולם עכשיו לעשות מה שהוא יכול כדי להקל עליי. עכשיו, איך אתה כנותן שירות עושה את זה? זה כבר עולם ומלואו, זה הרבה נושאים שכמובן כרוכות בהם גם סוגיות טכנולוגיות, אבל לא רק, יש פה הרבה אלמנט של אמפתיה, אפרופו מה שאמרתי על לחבר את הנציגי שירות, אנחנו מנסים להסביר לאנשים שלנו, ואני חושב שאנחנו מצליחים בזה, שבסוף, אחרי הכל, כן זיכוי, לא זיכוי, הוא צודק, הוא לא צודק, בתור התחלה, בואו נהיה אמפתיים. הבן אדם כבר פנה אלינו, הוא מחפש מאיתנו משהו. נכון, יש גם כאלה שעושים את זה שמנצלים, יש כאלה שעושים את זה עם קצת סחיטה, יש כאלה שמעצימים בעיה ענקית של 2 שקלים, כאילו שעכשיו גרמת להם מחסור של 200 שקלים, יש גם את זה, אבל רוב האנשים בסוף הם מחפשים אמפתיה, הם מחפשים הבנה, וזה המפתח לאיך צריך לנהוג כארגון שהוא נותן שירות. אתה קודם כל צריך לנקוט בגישה שהיא אמפתית. זה לא אומר שאתה צריך לנקוט בגישה שהיא לא אחראית, כי בסוף אתה מנהל גם P&L, אתה צריך לראות שאתה עובד כלכלי. אבל אתה צריך קודם כל להבין שאתה פה כדי לתת שירות, וברגע שאתה מפנים את הדבר הזה, אז אתה כנראה עונה על הצרכים של רוב הלקוחות, וכן, יש כאלה שתמיד יישארו unhappy, מה שנקרא.
אוקיי, אז גילוי נאות, גם אני לקוח של שופרסל, ואני מסכים עם מה שאתה אומר, אני חושב שזה שירות אחד הדברים הכי חשובים שיש, עם כל הטכנולוגיה והחדשנות ושירות הלקוחות שאתם עובדים עליו. אני אשאל לך שאלה אחרונה, כי נותרו לנו רק עוד כמה דקות, אז אתה עברת כמה תחנות בקריירה שלך, נכון? אני חושב שהיית גם עורך דין וגם בשוק ההון, היום אתה בתחום המזון, אחראי על תחום הלקוחות והשירות, אז איפה אתה רואה את עצמך בעוד כמה שנים, נגיד בעוד 5 שנים? האם זה בתחום המזון, האם זה בתחום אחר? ספר לנו.
אני באמת עשיתי כמה סיבובי קריירה עד היום, התחלתי דרכי בעולם המשפט, אחרי זה ברשות ניירות ערך כחוקר, אחרי זה הייתי עוזר אישי של מנכ"ל שופרסל, והתחום שבחרתי לצמוח בו הלאה לתפקיד ניהול בכיר, זה כסמנכ"ל לקוחות ושירות של החברה, וזה לא במקרה, זה מבוסס על פילוסופיה באמת, או תפיסת עולם באמת מבוססת שיש לי, שאני חושב שבסוף הכל מתחיל ונגמר בלקוחות ובשירות לקוחות, וכל השאר זה בעצם האמצעים שצריכים לאפשר את הדבר הזה. איפה אני אהיה עוד 5 שנים, אלוהים גדול, אבל אני כן יכול להגיד שזה לא חייב להיות בעולם המזון, סליחה, זה לא חייב להיות בעולם המזון, אבל זה כן חייב להיות במקום שבו אתה פוגש לקוחות, צרכנים, ואתה עושה משהו כדי לאפשר את החוויה הטובה יותר והנכונה יותר עבורם, ואם אפשר גם לעשות איזשהו שינוי ולהפוך ארגון ממצב א' למצב ב', אז זה עוד יותר מעניין אותי, כי זה לא, אני אומר, זה לא חוכמה לדבר במונחי חוויית לקוח בסטארט-אפים חדשניים שכל המהות שלהם נוצרה סביב חוויית לקוח. אני חושב שלקחת ארגונים יותר מסורתיים, יותר שמרניים, ולעשות בהם את הטרנספורמציה, אני חושב שזה האתגר, וזה גם חשוב, כי יש בהם גם הרבה מאוד תועלות, יכולות, ניסיון, גם של מנהלים וגם של, כמו שאמרתי, תשתיות וכו', שהם חשובים והם יקרה ערך לא פחות מסטארט-אפים שרק נוצרים ונולדים, אבל איך תדע, באמת שעשיתי שינויים עד היום מהותיים, אני מאמין בזה שהעולם משתנה ואנחנו צריכים לצמוח יחד איתו, אז אין פה התחייבות, אבל הנטייה, הפשן שלי נמצא במקומות של לפגוש לקוחות, ללמוד את הצרכים שלהם, ובסופו של דבר להתאים את הצעת הערך שאנחנו נותנים להם אליה, או אליהם, אל הצרכים, ואם זה במזון זה סופר מרתק דרך אגב, אבל יש עוד הרבה תחומים מרתקים, ולך תדע.
מגניב, אז אני סקרן, כולנו סקרנים לראות איפה תהיה בעוד 5 שנים, ואני מקווה שתמשיך להצטרף אלינו לכנסים שלנו. אוקיי, אז צביקה, תודה רבה, תמשיכו להצליח ולתת שירות טוב.
תודה רבה לך, תודה על ההזמנה, ובהצלחה לכולם.
תודה רבה. ביי ביי.
ביי ביי.
Hi. Did you know that according to a research by Buffer conducted after COVID started, 99% of people would like to remain working remotely for at least a few days a week? My name is Jonathan Sarusi. I'm the Director of Engineering and Site Lead for Dropbox Israel. Today, I'd like to talk to you about a big shift that's happening in the way we work. It's happening as we speak, the move to distributed work. I'll also discuss how Dropbox can make a big difference in the way you work, even given these very challenging changes. Now, many of you know Dropbox. You might even already have your files, photos, or documents living in Dropbox. What you might not know is that Dropbox is a content collaboration platform. We provide tools that help teams prioritize, get organized, and keep work moving safely. My team is focused on Dropbox Business, where we're developing the solutions and features to support people at work. With Dropbox, you can work on any content of any type with your team members, while all of your comments, changes, and communication related to a particular workflow all remain within one place, always accessible for you from any device and essentially anywhere. So let's get started. I want to cover 3 things with you. First, the importance of the cloud as a central place to work out of in this new world. Second, why we think and what we're hearing from our customers, the flexibility is key to making the distributed work model work. And we'll wrap up with an example of e-signature to showcase how all of these come together very nicely. So before we move on, just a bit of context. We cannot do this without addressing the COVID-19 pandemic, which has impacted the entire world, and the world of business is no exception. Digital transformation, which was already on the rise, this year it's just getting accelerated tremendously. The process has just catapulted itself, and we're seeing the implications of it all over the place. How so? How much of the transformation is this? Well, 88% of business organizations all over the world have either mandated or encouraged their employees to go to work from home, to work remotely. Upwork study revealed that 73% will have remote workers by 2028. It does seem like pretty far out, but believe me, it'll be faster than we anticipate. The bottom line is that distributed work is here to stay. This is something that we need to acknowledge, and we need to prepare ourselves. And it also has great benefits. Distributed work will not only bring flexibility to the working lives of individuals who already report the same or higher levels of productivity while working remotely, but it will also help companies be more agile. Companies will be able to recruit based on competency alone. The best candidate for the job without the constraint of needing the person to be in a particular location or appear in the office every day from morning till the afternoon. In these much unprecedented times and the shifting in the workplace with the acceleration of the digital transformation, the move towards a more distributed workplace, tech is playing a big role in these changes, even more so than in the past. We have made some quick fixes to enable remote work, like changing VPN structures, putting video conferencing in place, and making inbox capacities a bit higher. But these are more short-term changes. What a lot of people are thinking about is what are the long-term things that we need to adopt, that we need to do as companies in order to ensure success in this model in the long term. And now more than ever, the cloud is key in enabling us to work in this distributed model. And in order to adopt the cloud, we need to replace on-premises file servers. This is obviously key and super important. There are, on average, 347 terabytes of data, according to our IDC, on average on every enterprise. This is huge and obviously very important. And that data is rarely ever in one place. Or in a single format, definitely not on a single server. So it's not surprising that poor data management costs enterprise businesses an estimate of $1.3 billion per year for each one of these companies. A concrete example of how things can work better is Clear Channel. an international branding and advertising firm who's been a customer of Dropbox since early 2017. For them, the primary business drive to move to the cloud with Dropbox was a suite of 63 failing on-premises servers, an increase in downtime, regular outages, and the need to enhance collaboration in a secure manner. For Clear Channel, migrating to the cloud with Dropbox meant saving $300,000 per year and enabling a collaborative solution already used by their employees while keeping their company safe and secure by being able to manage it. Moving your data to the cloud can reduce IT spend. It can help you shift costs toward cultural shifts that we need to do in the organization in order to become more flexible. And flexibility is key. There are over 500,000 professional teams using Dropbox. As an R&D leader here in Israel, I get to speak to a lot of them all the time. And all of these customers are telling us that in this new paradigm, enabling collaboration as well as flexibility and choice for their employees will be key to future success. And flexibility can be found in three main factors: place, time, and tools. Starting with place, in distributed workforces, people are working either from home or really just from anywhere over the world. And they're building their own workspace around them, rather than having one imposed on them by their companies. Now, the collaboration is, of course, key in this environment for distributed teams. People need to communicate, coordinate projects, exchange ideas, and quite simply just work together, despite the fact that they're not physically in one space. They also pick and choose whether to work together in real time or asynchronously. This is why Dropbox comments, versions, and changes are always up to date. Whether you're ready to work, when you're ready to work with your team members, you can see their progress. We also offer choices of many collaboration tools, such as Dropbox Paper, Zoom, or Slack. It's all about tool selection here for what people want to use when they want to collaborate. A great customer example of time and place flexibility is Lonely Planet. By definition, employees at Lonely Planet work from all of the four corners of the world, sometimes very remote places where little 4G connectivity is even available. With hundreds of content creators covering 350,000 travel destinations, Lonely Planet might even have the ultimate remote team. It's quite fascinating. And if you're going to think about it, we all know Lonely Planet, and the connection of it being all over the world is pretty clear. They use Dropbox to bring together field research, photos, and drafts, and prepare them for publishing across the company's various platforms. And they also use Dropbox Paper for real-time collaboration and project management. Now, the third factor is tools. People are also choosing their preferred collaboration and workplace tools. They need to be interoperable and easily work with the software of their peers. When choosing tools nowadays, interoperability is no longer a choice. It's essentially mandatory. And here at Dropbox, we work to enable individual knowledge workers with that flexibility. We're working to allow choice of tools and the best suite and the task for the task that they want to get accomplished. They're essentially enabling them to do the best that they can do at work by picking what they want to work with. Whether they're designers, producers, financial directors, HR professionals, it really doesn't matter. It's all about them and the tool of their choice. We're constantly expanding our open ecosystem, including hundreds of partners like G Suite, Microsoft Office, Adobe, and many others, regardless of the industry or field of expertise. You can get access to the preferred tools that you'd like. Take the Dow Jones, for example. As a Dropbox customer, they have an integration with Okta, Salesforce, Adobe, and Microsoft, and Dropbox helps bridge all of these gaps so that they can get a simple, more connected way of working, which is especially important considering how their data from their 4,000 plus users is spread across different domains and expertise. Now, let's bring it all together. E-signatures is a great example of working in the cloud and enabling that full flexibility that we're talking about. Since the outset of the crisis this year, HelloSign, a Dropbox company, has witnessed a significant uptick, and the usage of HelloSign has grew tremendously by 300%. E-signatures is essentially speed to revenue. It speeds up document turnaround time by 80%. It shortens sales cycles by up to 10 days, and it saves around 700 annual hours of work. That's tremendous. It also straightforwardly helps make deals happen. Right now, on average, 15% of documents never get signed. Email e-signatures improve completion by 26%. And this is why we made HelloSign be integrated into Dropbox so that you can get documents signed as soon as your team finishes collaborating on it. So you see how the integration, the focus on a remote workflow gets very efficient that way. Now, I've shared with you a bit about the value of cloud technology for business continuity today, as well as the unique ecosystem and collaborative capabilities of Dropbox Business, and why e-signature is critical for completing that digital transformation and making that workflow really tick. And we at Dropbox, we try to practice what we preach. You may have heard that we announced recently that we're going virtual first. This means that remote work away from an office will be the primary experience for our employees. But the human connection and maintaining company culture is also very important to us. And while we won't have an office, we will have what we call a Dropbox Studio, which is a place that we can meet face-to-face and collaborate. We believe that this gives us the best of both worlds. Flexibility, a level playing field for our employees, and also quality FaceTime, face-to-face time, where we can get together, socialize with one another, and maintain our company culture. And this will help us make the technology that we're building and the products that we're building for this brave new world become even better. Now, obviously, each company is facing the changes to the work environment from a unique perspective, and each company needs to take its own measures and steps. And yet there are some truths that hold true for all. The people that make up any workforce need flexibility, time to focus on the work that matters, and be equipped with the right tools to get the work done. If we empower people this way, we believe that we're setting companies up for success. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Jonathan. We'll dive right in this workflow and show you how easy it is now from Dropbox to send for an e-signature process. So you're all familiar with Dropbox. I can navigate through my files and folders to actually reach the contract folder right here. So let's open it and find out that we have inside our mutual NDA. I can obviously work on it, share it, open it with the different tools that I have, like Microsoft Word in this case, but I'm just gonna open it with the Dropbox preview to have a quick view of my documents. What I can do with it is, of course, collaborate internally, collaborate externally, share this outside. But in this case, before sending this NDA with the customer, I actually really need Rebecca to validate it. Can you please validate this? Now, this will be shared automatically to Rebecca, and Rebecca will actually receive a notification to actually validate this document. What is quite nice is from here, I can as well use whatever tool I'm used to. So if I click here, you can see that I have a lot of tools already available. I can share this in Gmail. I can share this in Slack, Zoom. I can share this in Microsoft Teams to actually collaborate with the people I work with in the tool that I'm most comfortable with. So one of the ways that you can obviously see how to collaborate with is to actually send for signature, which is the workflow that we're discussing today. So you can see send for signature right here. What you'll be able to see as well is send for signature right here on the right. And Rebecca just approved all of it. So now that it's approved, let's send it for signature. So let's click on send for signature. This will start off the process of e-signature. And this will be done without even leaving Dropbox. So we're still in Dropbox. The document lives in Dropbox, and the whole process of creating the signature is in Dropbox. So the very first thing is, who needs to sign? Well, in this case, I can add myself as a signer. I know that I need to sign. So let's click on this. And I need to add another signer. And the signer will be Mr. Customer, who needs to sign the NDA as well. And let's add in here my second email address, What you can do is add a few number of options. You can add an automatic second factor password, add some workflow by setting a signer order, but here we're all good. The next step for us is just to place the fields, is to say, we're gonna sign here, and this is where the signature will appear. So in our case here, I can see again the document. Let's go right to the bottom and add a signature from myself right here. And let's add again another signature for the customer right there. What I need as well is maybe a date that will appear right there and a full name of the customer that will appear right here. So you can see that you have a signature fields, you have auto-fill fields that will be filled automatically, and you have some standardized fields like a text box, checkbox, dropdown, and radio groups. So this seems to be okay for me. I can even make it a tiny bit bigger. Let's click on next and choose our next step. The next step is pretty much to say what's the name of the document that I want. So in here, NDA with customer seems good. And just to choose where is this signed copy gonna live in my Dropbox. So let's put it back into contract. That seems good. Next up, a confirmation. Does everything look right? Everything looks okay. Do we need someone else to receive a copy? Not really. Actually, in my case, Rebecca that validated the documents will receive a copy. So I can pretty much add Rebecca right there. Email, message, hi, please sign. This is optional, but let's write a quick message and send for a signature. This is all I needed to do to be in Dropbox, find the document that is stored and back up there, collaborate on the document with Rebecca, and from here, not only collaborate on the document, but send it outside for signature and make sure that we receive it back in Dropbox, having it securely stored and continuing our work process. Now that I've sent the document for signature, I have to sign it as well. So let's go right in my emails and go find the documents. So when I go inside my email address, I will see that, first of all, I have received the signature request, but I can see as well that the customer has viewed the NDA and that the customer actually signed the NDA as well. So let's dive right in and actually sign. How does it look like? So here I receive a branded email. I click on review and sign. That will take me to the signing process. And you will be able to see the document. You will be able to read through the documents, and get started will take me right where I need to sign. I click in here. I have all my prepared signatures. And of course I can draw my signature right here. Insert. Seems good to me. Everything is completed. I then click on agree, finalizing my documents, and that's it. I am good to go. We now have the signature right there, done in a few seconds. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Chemi Katz, and I'm the co-founder and CEO of Nemogo. Nemogo founded in August 2014. We are around 115 employee offices in Israel, US, and Europe, and raised until now $69 million. Imagine that you go to a Nike store and you see this Adidas sign or this Adidas promotion. It looks very weird, right? But in fact, in the online, we see at least 20% of your site visit is hijacked by unauthorized ads and product competitor that try to cleverly hijack your users from outside of your site. So how do customers become hijacked? So they install all kind of mobile app application, browser extension, all kind of program that bundle with malicious software that being hijacked. So how we prevent customer journey hijacking? If you want to uplift your conversion rate, you have to do a lot of implementation, it takes a lot of time, resources, and money. But in fact, with Namogo, one line of code and 30 minutes implementation, you get more than 10x ROI and uplift your conversion rate between 1.5 to 5% uplift. Most of the big brands like Marks & Spencer, Lenovo, JCPenney, and some others are working with us and already benefit from the uplift of at least 1.5% increase in conversion rate, but also all the other sales funnel improvement that get from the one line of code. ASICS, Dollar Shave Club, Deckers, and other companies are benefit for more than 1.5% uplift in conversion rate, but again, deploying Namogo. Namogo machine learning technology is more than 350 unique users a month, analyze more than 20 billion page views per week that detect and block unauthorized ads. We give you statistics in your analytics that can show you uplift in conversion rate, but also give you a dashboard that give you high-level statistics with all kind of additional information. Thank you.
Fivetran is the market leader in automated data integration. So we provide ready-to-use connectors that adapt as schemas and APIs change to ensure reliable data access. The fundamental mission of Fivetran is to make access to data as simple and reliable as electricity. So that is the North Star. That's what we're working towards, unlocking all of the enterprise value that you have across all of the different data sources in your company, and then having that available to analyze. So a bit of background and context into the business. So some more about Fivetran. So founded in 2012, we just have over 350 employees, and we've just reached the 1,000+ customer mark. Some of the key investors you'll see: Andreessen Horowitz, Matrix Partners. We've just received Series C funding in July, which is really funding our international growth efforts. And then you'll see some of notable customers that we have on the right-hand side who've worked with us in order for them to centralize and automate their data setup so they can analyze their data better. So what is the problem that Fivetran is solving for? So the problem is centralizing data, and it's a legacy problem that has been around for 30 years, ever since the genesis of databases. So as we've grown over time, we've seen the rise of cloud-based modern data warehouses, giving companies full compute power to their analytics setup and stack. So this is the fundamental problem that this has given rise to. So you'll see on the left-hand side all of the operational systems that businesses would run across all of the different functional areas and use cases. You'll see a CRM platform, a service desk platform, a core platform database, a financial system. So there's customer data residing in all of these operational systems. And it's an acute business challenge to extract that and then to provide a holistic view of their end customer across all of these systems through one common source of truth. So the problem is extracting the data from all of those different systems, loading it into a modern data warehouse where there's significant compute power in order to run pretty heavy duty analytics, and then ultimately to run things like internal analytics through business intelligence tools like Looker and Tableau, who Fivetran partner very closely with, through things like data sharing, so enabling your business to be data driven and having access across the company to data sets that you want. Then there's other use cases like data products and AI. So if you have if you have an AI product and you would like to extract information from your endpoints or the end clients' systems, we can white label Fivetran and help you do that. And then ultimately as well for operational systems. To dig one level deeper, the problem then exists in extracting the data, and traditional approaches to ETL, or extract, transform, and load, have become too labor intensive and brittle. So we've mapped out what the ETL process looks like here on the screen. And as you can see, it actually comprises a lot of different things for what is essentially one business challenge. So you'll see that in order to connect a source system to a data warehouse, there's 6 steps. First is an API call. Second is you have to design the schema, write the CSV, prepare the destination for load, normalize the data, load it into the warehouse, and then finally to merge that with SQL in order for you to run some queries. So there's obviously a lot that can go wrong in this process. It takes a lot of time. It's very brittle. These things can change when APIs change or when schemas change. And this is a legacy issue. So we know that in the past, there's been fragmented approaches across the business, giving rise to data silos. There's no real single clear winner. So we can see that there's many different use cases for your data across all of your different operational systems. And you'll see them mapped out here. And it's not threaded or knitted together in any way. So you'll see that maybe some subset of your data is going to a data warehouse for analytics or for AI ML. There's automation behind that. Then let's say for your production systems, there's custom code extracting customer data, financial data. In your internal analytics, your BI tool, and there's federated queries across all of these operational systems. Let's say if you have an AI or an ML aspect to your business or to one of your products, extracting data into a data lake that sits on top of that is again another use case. And then also for data sharing. So if you want a board report, you would need a CSV file of all of the data that's coming from all of your operational systems. So clearly that's not sustainable. There needs to be more automation involved in this process because that can become very challenging to sustain. So what is the solution? So Fivetran, we think about changing ETL and introducing the concept of ELT, and I'll go into that in a bit more detail later. But to give you an understanding, Fivetran provide pre-built automated connectors. And there's 3 reasons why that's incredibly important in extracting and loading data from source to destination. First of all, Fivetran is automated. So we create and maintain a perfect replica of your data. So we think about transformations should be post-load, taking advantage of the compute power of your data warehouse and having the ability to have that full understanding of your data through a perfect replica. And that's obviously, there's minimal user intervention in that. So introducing automation into that process means you don't have to re-engineer pipelines if they break down. It just works. Secondly is data resiliency, which is incredibly important for companies. We have an idempotent core architecture that makes Fivetran very resilient and possible for devs all of the all of the world to write these high quality connectors. And then thirdly, we're deployed in the cloud. We're cloud born, cloud native. We're constantly monitoring and fixing our code as sources change. So as I mentioned, there's a distinct difference in methodology and philosophy and how we think about this process. So you'll see on the left-hand side is the classic or legacy ETL process, in that you would extract data from applications, files, events, and other sources. You would transform that preload. So you take a subset of your data, then load it into the data warehouse, ultimately for visualization in a BI tool. Now, that is inefficient because we believe there's too much customization involved in that process. There's too much transformation preload. So you're not getting access to all of your data so that you can then start to visualize it across all of the source systems. So obviously with the proliferation of these cloud-based data warehouses, we have the ability to go to this more modern data stack setup and change it to an extract, load, and transform way of extracting data. So you'll see on the right-hand side, extracting all of the data from all of your sources, loading it into your data warehouse in an exact replica, transforming it within the warehouse, and then visualization is done through your BI tool of choice. So as you can see, you have access to much more data. There's much more querying power, compute power behind that in order for you to get a much better understanding and holistic view of your data across all of these systems. So that's how we think about automated data integration. So what does the future hold then for things like Fivetran and data centralization? So this is how we would see the future for data-driven applications. So providing that single stable foundation to extract, load, and transform your data across all of your different operational systems through a fully managed, automated, and zero maintenance connector. So this is how we envisage analytics in the future and how it will become most efficient for businesses. So you'll see we'll have all of your source systems at the bottom, Fivetran as the ELT layer, extracting and loading that data into your warehouse of choice, so that you can then use all of this data for any different use case that you require. So instead of having it federated, there's one single source, one single layer allowing you to do all of this. So whether it be data warehouses, whether it be production systems, internal analytics, or BI, any AI applications, or indeed data sharing. So now we have access to a perfect replica of all of your data that's consistently and automatically updating as schemas change and APIs change, so that you can use your data for any of these different use cases. So that's Fivetran, how we think about automated data integration. Now I'd like to show you for the remaining 5 minutes of exactly what I was speaking about. So to give you an understanding of the Fivetran UI, so I'll just log into my account now. So this is a overview of the Fivetran user interface. So the first thing that you would do is you would connect your data warehouse. In this case, it's a Snowflake account that I've connected to this demo environment. Once that's connected, I can then start to look at what connectors that I want to add in. So we have 150 plus pre-built connectors across many different functional areas of a business, and you can have a look, whether it be applications like Facebook ads, whether it be file storage like an S3 bucket or a GCS bucket, all the way through to databases. So we can provide a link or connection from a database into your data warehouse to fully start to visualize that data in a much more robust way. So just to give you an example of a pre-built connector for an application that we support. So let's say take a Salesforce account, we authorize that through API. I'm currently logged in to my Salesforce account, so this should authenticate. That's all authenticated now. We have full setup guide on the right-hand side showing you how to actually set up Salesforce. I can now save and test. So that's going to connect to the API. It's going to pull across all of my data, my schemas, my tables, and my columns to help me understand which tables, columns, and schemas that I want to bring across into my data warehouse. So I can select, deselect, I can block, or I can hash columns also. So just take a few moments to extract that data. And once that's done, all the connection tests are passed. I can now view the connector, and I can start to select the data that I want to sync into my destination. So I review my schema. It's going to fetch all of the data schema from Salesforce. There'd be account, lead, opportunity, contact records, and so on and so forth. So you can select, deselect the tables that you want to bring across, save and continue. So I want to bring across an exact replica of all of my Salesforce data. Once I select start initial sync, that will start the initial historical sync of all of the data, and then start to load that into my data warehouse. Now also we have a sync frequency, so you can, any new or changed data, we have incremental batch updates, so you can sync that at a time frequency of your choice, and that's available in the setup feature here. So there's sync frequency bar, so you can have it as seldom as 24 hours or as quickly as every 5 minutes. We have full documentation on all of our connectors available at fivetran.com. We have full overview of our schema diagrams too, through an entity relationship diagram map, so you can see exactly the format at which the schema will come across for analytics purposes. And they're available to view for all of our connectors on, as I said, on fivetran.com. And then just to show you as well, we do offer a transformation within the Fivetran user interface. So we can have a connection with dbt, data build tool, which a lot of companies are using, and an outsource platform in order for you to run transformations on your data. So we can sync with your Git repository for that. We also have native DBT packages for all of our connectors as well. So allowing you to run transformations post-load through the Fivetran UI to make it much easier for and simpler for you. We also have a logging service, so you can log to any one of your logging services that you would use. We have a native Fivetran logging service as well. So that is a whistle-stop tour of Fivetran, how we work, how we operate, how we think about automated data integration and centralization. I'd be very keen to understand some of your own specific business challenges and also outline where Fivetran can help. As I said, I covered the Israeli territory here at Fivetran, and hopefully allow you to unlock some of these AI ML use cases that you're interested in today. So as I said, I will send across my information to you after the presentation with my email address. Very keen to understand, as I said, more about your business and to help you understand how Fivetran can help. But that's everything for today. Thank you so much for your time and attention. Much appreciated. My name is Aina Kenny, and I will speak to you very, very, very soon. Thanks again.
Hi, welcome to New Retail Fest. I'm Soli Mashfagan, Creative Director at RGA Tokyo, where we are collaborating with some of the world's most innovative brands, from sportswear to beauty to wellness. And I'm excited to share some of my ideas in the past few months that's transpired. And with that, let's dive in. What a wild year we've had. In the last 12 months, we've seen every aspect of our lives change, from how we see our friends, to going to virtual concerts, to how we work, and even how we shop with that. So the last part is kind of what I want to dive into today, and that's essentially where we are at brand apocalypse. And I hate to say it, we are in unprecedented times. Brands are facing challenges that they've never experienced before. And to stay relevant, they really have to evolve. They have to rethink and reimagine the full customer journey, all the interactions and touch points, and just really meet the customers where they are in their mental state, in their need state. And for brands, this is a whole new world. So with that, I want to dive into a little bit to our customers. We talked about understanding where they are. It used to be that when we needed something as customers, we would just step out, go to the store, explore products, maybe look up reviews, pick up our phone, do a little bit more research, and potentially buy it. But that's really changed. It's no longer the case. We have moved away from shopping from stores to almost exclusively shopping online. And no, you've probably heard this before, but it takes 21 days to form a habit. And think about that. We're a year in, which means some of us have probably done yoga online 20 times by now. Or you know, I could say that almost all of us have happily embraced working remote and been on 21 Zoom calls. So from grandparents who are FaceTiming to getting fresh food delivered to their doors, what was kind of like a new and seemingly temporary behavior has now become the norm. And it doesn't look like the old ways are coming back. So same goes for shopping, and the old ways of shopping may not be coming back either. Store is no longer the main touch point, and because of that, a lot of the potential customer interactions that we used to have, they've been lost along the way, and there's a huge deficit. And I could say that you could relate to this just as I do, that over the past year, we've seen our houses transform. They have turned into homes, gyms, offices, schools, even the mall. So home has become the center of our universe. And being confined, we're now craving that external interaction even more, and we're ready and waiting. We are armed. Whatever is coming out of that Amazon truck, we're all over it. We are a captive crowd. And we're bringing the world to our door, right? We're shopping and buying literally almost everything, from nail polish to home gyms to diamonds to sailboats. We are shipping them right into our front door. And when it arrives, it's almost always in a brown cardboard box, just like everything else in that truck. And when we open it, it's nothing out of the ordinary, nothing special. It's a sea of same. What a first impression. There's no scent, no sun, no warm welcome. We need to do better, right? And for me, this was the aha moment. A brand's packaging is the new store. In the past, there didn't need to be as much focus on packaging because the store played a much larger role, but now it could be literally the only touch point. A year ago, packaging was just like a small part of the overall experience, but now after this brand apocalypse, packaging is playing a much larger role in the overall retail experience. And so with that, packaging has to shift from being passive to responsive. This means our champagne box will no longer be just a piece of cardboard. The box will now be able to tell us where these grapes came from, where were they grown, what kind of cheese it pairs well with, and a whole lot more. So thoughtful and conscious packaging is going to captivate our audience. It will make that box stand out from the sea of same. It can be that warm welcome when a customer walks in the store and that store associate is super knowledgeable and helps them with finding their vitamins. All of this is going to help fill that void of retail stores, that interaction deficit that we have, and it's going to make a lasting impression on our customers. So conscious packaging is the gateway to stores and online shops. And brands have to reimagine packaging and how people interact with it and experience them. Those that do are going to be the leaders. So let's unpack unconscious packaging, pun intended. Brands can innovate in all or three of these categories. These categories can range from helping customers with more like functional needs, like helping them reorder their favorite product, all the way to helping them escape reality for a moment and break that routine. With that, I want to dive into each one a little bit more with you. Utility. This is like helping you do the basic normal interactions you would want to have. So for instance, what if returning your not so favorite eyeglasses was as easy as reading a few steps on a box, right? Warby Parker is doing that so well. Or what if you could learn how to recycle your worn jeans by simply pointing your phone to a tag? Or what if your vitamins came with a box and stickers and a calendar that could help you track when you should take your vitamin and if you've taken them already, and help you stay on track. This one, what if your makeup came with a code that then led you to a step-by-step smoky eye tutorial? Super helpful. One of my favorites, what if your pizza box doubled as a homemade projector? Pizza Hut did that a few years ago. Just using your own phone and a little piece of glass, they've really provided entertainment and this experiential moment for the customers to engage with. And lastly, what if your prescription box arrived with a tasty bite of caramel and a heartwarming note? These are just a few ways brands are innovating to stay relevant and captivate their fans. So conscious packaging is going to lead to a better experience and leave that lasting impression. It can help us nurture that relationship with our customers and form that deeper bond. This in time is going to get them to come back again and visit us more and build that loyalty. On the flip side, for brands, it could help learn more about the customers, what they need and what they crave, so that we can personalize a better experience for them. I am hoping this quick little talk has inspired you to reimagine your brand packaging and creating a more meaningful experience for your customers, and looking forward to hearing from you.
Hi, I'm Jonathan Yaffe, and I'm going to be talking about the experience economy and retail. I got my start at Red Bull. When Red Bull first came to the United States, I got hired under the marketing team, and this completely blew my mind. We were spending billions of dollars a year on experiences. We believed that digital marketing was completely oversaturated. But if you bring your family to this crazy Red Bull event and there are people jumping out of airplanes, going down mountains on tricycles, DJs playing, people are dancing, everyone's having an amazing time, somebody comes up to you and hands you an ice cold Red Bull, this creates an emotional bond that not only changes your perception of the brand, but also changes your behavior and thus your lifetime value. So we spent billions of dollars a year on this. Clearly it worked, as Red Bull has by far #1 market share. But what drove me absolutely crazy is that we had no data. Every day we see something like 14,000 advertisements, and these do not change our behavior. It's experiences that do. And brands understand this. We started with print, then we moved into TV, we moved into digital and social, and now we have moved into experiences. And the brands that are thriving are the ones that are using experiences to actually build connections directly with their customers. We used to be in the things economy, and now we are living in the experience economy. And retail brands cannot ignore this trend. The world is shifting to a new type of consumption model, and it's time for your brand to change too. 72% of millennials spend their money more on experiences than things, and it's not only targeted to millennials. The brands that are embracing experiential marketing and experiential engagement are the ones that are actually thriving. Time is the currency of experiences. If you get customers to spend time with your business, they will spend more money on your offerings. And we have limited time. And so by building transformative experiences, we're able to take mind share and also market share. So what do I mean when I talk about experiences? When I talk about experiences, I mean anything that triggers at least 3 senses, right? So a video on YouTube, not an experience. Great, but not an experience. You have to trigger at least 3 senses. So let's run through a couple quick examples. Sprite put these amazing showers on the beach, so you could actually shower inside of a Sprite fountain. We're looking at places like Lowe's and Home Depot that spend hundreds of millions of dollars a year on classes, workshops for kids, building classes because they want to be where you are doing and where you are learning. Lululemon does in-store yoga classes in their stores all over the world. They believe that people who take these yoga classes have a higher brand perception and an increased LTV. They have no idea if this is true. We have brands like Sur La Table with cooking classes. Of course, they sell spatulas, but they believe that if you go on a date and learn how to saute, that you'll probably buy a spatula on the way out. Every brand is trying to get in front of consumers where they're having a great time, sponsoring music festivals like Coachella. They want to be where you are. They want to be where you are actually changing your perception of that brand. Think about your favorite winery, your favorite whiskey distillery, your favorite brewery. They're all becoming experiential with tastings, with education, with classes, with tours. These brand homes are really at the heart of building this loyalty. And of course, Red Bull. We had hundreds of thousands of people per year coming to these massive experiences. And we were able to build a brand that has by far #1 market share in energy drinks. So retail specifically, I believe, is bifurcating into the Gorilla, Amazon, and the Coyotes, which are DTC brands. What's the power of DTC? The power of DTC is actually building that relationship, taking first-party data, and whether you are a Coyote or a Gorilla, you are so focused on that customer experience that actually becomes what is going to make or break you. So branded experiences present opportunities here. We can, #1, generate visits, and when these are both in store and online. #2, we're capturing first-party data, right? So we actually want to know who these people are and build that line of direct communication to them. And 2, grow LTV. So we want to find our most loyal customers and increase the amount of money they spend with us quarterly. The second piece of this is just focused on the data, right? So in the age of CCPA and GDPR, without being able to buy third-party data. All brands need to actually build that direct line of communication and data directly from their customers. And one way to do that is to build experiences that are completely immersive and transformational. In fact, people are willing to give up their data and connect directly with brands when these experiences are just powerful enough. And the brands that are thriving are the ones doing this. Michaels does 20,000 classes in-store and online annually. Lululemon, in-store yoga classes and events all over the world. Home Depot, DIY workshops online and in-store. Nike, not only do they do personalized shoe fittings, but they also do their running clubs. Brands like REI have in-store rock climbing walls. They have trips to national parks. They are not only focused on education, but also adventure. And it's working. You see brands like Michaels that are reporting record quarters, even in the middle of a pandemic, because they are educating people on art all over the world, both online and in store. And it's not just a nice thing. It doesn't not just bringing people in store. It's actually resulting in amazing stock performance. So you can see here, if I asked you to invest your 401k in a basket of retail stocks, you'd probably tell me I was crazy. However, if I said, let's just focus on experiential retail, again, with this bifurcation, experiential retail is thriving. And you can see here, brands like Lululemon, like Nike, like Michaels are just exploding, far outperforming not only retail stocks, but also the S&P 500. So we started AnyRoad to not only be the platform to scale operationally these millions of experiences, but also be the data and optimization platform to power data proving that these experiences actually result in increased LTV. And we work with some of the largest brands in the world, from Diageo to Michaels to Honda, Peet's Coffee, and Guinness, even the World Economic Forum in Switzerland. All of these brands, the thing that they have in common is that they're using experiences to deepen relationships directly with their customers. One platform focused on the experience manager to scale the operations around scaling experiences. We launched Atlas to provide real-time data and insights about how these experiences are directly affecting behavior. And earlier this year, we launched At Home. For as long as people are stuck at home in the pandemic, experiences are not diminishing. They're just reaching people where they are, and that is currently digital experiences just like this one. So a couple key takeaways. Number one, experiences are becoming more valuable than things. Number two, people are willing to exchange incredible experiences for valuable customer data, and you should look at this as a fair exchange. Consumers certainly do. Going out of order here. Number two, a focus on the consumer experience is required to overcome competitive threats. Brands that are embracing experiences are far outperforming all the other ones. And lastly, experiential retailers are the only ones that are going to survive this retail apocalypse. Thank you very much. It's been great. Great to be here. Take care.
Hey everyone, my name is Kobe and I'm the chairman of Spotango. I would like to thank you very much for your participation by now. In the next couple of minutes, we're going to speak a little bit about Spotango and what we do and how Spotango helps brands of 2020 to communicate their online businesses into the streets, into the retail shops, and to their customers. So a little bit about Spotango. Spotango was founded in mid-19, a year and a half ago. We took the first year of work to develop our platform. Our platform is a web-based pop-up sale platform that basically brands of 2020, and I'll speak about it in a second, what's brands of 2020, register their brands and find the bright spots for them in order to sell their merchant in real stores. So we started for the first year. We had more than 400 brands get registered and sold their merchant in several different places in Israel. It took us time to understand what exactly they're looking for and how the brands of 2020 and Spotango can work together. So basically, a little bit about pop-up stores. Pop-up stores, it seems to me that everyone understands it, but you know, not everyone is buying too much offline and online. So pop-up store is, let's assume for a second you have a bathing suit company and you want to sell your merchant throughout the year, but the problem is that most of the year people don't wear bathing suits. So your main market or the best time for you to sell your merchant is a little bit before and through the summer. So basically you have, let's say, 6 months or 8 months or 9 months that no one will buy, or not so many people will buy bathing suits. So basically what you need is you need a store by demand, and you need a store, if you want a store, you need a store just for a couple of months or weeks or days. So pop-up stores throughout the history, I think, is a very good option for niche targets. And pop-up stores, it's not just for niche targets, it's also before holidays or throughout winter days or summer days. You have different merchants or different retail brands that would like to sell their brands or the merchant in specific times and not throughout the year. What we think in Spotango, and our main idea is that the street is changing. And when I'm talking about the street is changing, what I really mean is that we don't think there are going to be no more stores for brands throughout the year, that a brand will come and take a store, develop it, renovate it, rent it for at least a year with a lot of expenses, a lot of unknown, even before COVID-19, but specifically after COVID-19, what we think and what Spotango is doing is we give the brands of 2020 the opportunity to have shops, physical shops by demand. So our mission, as you see here before you, is to have a business model that suits the best for the challenging retail industry, or the challenging times that the retail industry or the COVID-19 took the retail industry. And our platform is well developed by now, and self-service. Every one of you can go into the Spotango website and see what we do. We basically rent or take or hold super prime locations. We started in Israel, but now we're running also outside of Israel, Europe and the States. And in the next year, we hope we're going to talk a bit about our plans in the future. But Spotango is going to be a worldwide brand of connecting the online and the offline retail industry. So a little bit about our clients. As I spoke before about the swimming suits, we have more than 400 brands that got registered already and worked with us. And now we're going to expand in 2021. Our plan is to take the 400 brands and to make more than 1,000 brands. The brands that work with us are not just getting physical store whenever they want it. Our brand is basically a community of brands. And when we're saying a community of brands, is not just that we give them an offline store, A to Z offline store, sorry. We also promote them through our online channels, and we'll speak about it in a second. So, a store is called stations. A station, currently in Israel we have 7 stations in super prime locations. This year we're going to have, in the end of in 6 months from now, we're going to have 24 stores. Our goal for the next couple of years is going to be 100. What is a station? A station is a pop-up ready retail space, and that you can book it online. And according to your needs, you can take it to minimum 6 days, up to a couple of months. And in the stores, you have the chance to sell your products that you by now sold only through your online channels, to communicate with your clients and to get some more clients from the streets, because we're talking about super prime locations. The stations comes with everything, basically. The station is in a super prime location. Tax fees, electricity, even the coffee tables, dressing rooms, from A to Z. You just come with your products in the first day and you leave in your last day, and that's it. You can get anything from us from A to Z as well, from decoration of the store through whatever you need to your store in order that you to sell your products and we to push you forward to become much bigger brand that you came to Spotango. We want you to go out, not to go out, but we want you, whenever you finish your week or a couple of months with us, that you're coming out of the stores much bigger than you got in. So a little bit about how the financial works in our stations. A station spot is basically plus minus 30 square meters. A station is approximately 120 meters. So if we take a station, for example, in a station, a brand can work by himself, or with a couple more brands with him. So, for example, if a station is fulfilled by a bathing suit brand, so we would never put another bathing suit brand in the same time that the first one got in. We take our brands and put them together in order to fulfill each other, and that every brand is going to make much more profit together. A little bit about our tech. Our booking platform is basically very, very easy to book. You book the shop online. You choose whatever shop you want. You can see it through our channels. You pay online and you just come with your merchant in the first day, and that's it. A little bit about what we think is going to be the future of the retail shops. As I mentioned before, we think, or we basically see it in the last couple of months, even before the shutdown in Israel, and between the two waves of the COVID-19 in the past year, we can see that brands are much more sophisticated and trying not to spend a lot of money about shops and trying not to spend a lot of money about basically everything. So Spotango, actually what we do is we give them the opportunity to come to the streets, to come to the clients, to meet them face to face. And I'm sorry that we're not doing this now, but hopefully, as I mentioned before, I hope to see every one of you in the next year, or even before, face to face. So we give the stores, and we think and we know and we see it, that brands of 2020 would like to meet their customers face to face, but they want to meet their customers face to face not throughout all year, just whenever they want. So I want to thank you very much for your time, and let's hope to see each other again. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Tal Eden, and I'm the CTO and former Chief Data Scientist at CurveTech. Here at Curve, we optimize sales processes. We create sales forecasts, we optimize inventory, and much, much more. Now, to the point of this presentation. People often think of their AI components just like they do of any other software component. You think you can develop your AI and then put it on the shelf for a couple of months, and then when you need it again, take it off of the shelf and reuse it. For example, people would develop a sales forecasting system, use it to create the forecast for this quarter, then let it lay for the rest of the quarter, then take it at the end of the quarter, try to generate new predictions for the new quarter, and they find out, sadly, that their sales prediction system does not work anymore. In this presentation, we'll try to understand this phenomena. We'll try to understand why it happens now more than ever, and then we will discuss a few ways of how you can deal with this phenomena. We'll start with a few examples. In the past several years, we saw many events. Here are just a few that had a global impact. For example, we had the collapse of the Lehman Brothers Bank. We had the Arab Spring. We had the launch of the Me Too campaign. And last but most certainly not least, the COVID-19 outbreak. Now, try to think of these events from a data perspective. It will be quite amazing. Imagine you are a trader trading in Lehman Brothers stock. Nobody, maybe just a bunch of few really smart people, could have predicted the collapse of this stock in the upcoming morning after the initial news. Or imagine that you were invested in the upcoming Harvey Weinstein production just before the launch of the Me Too campaign. Or imagine that you had an e-commerce store and you generated sales predictions for the upcoming future, and suddenly all the brick and mortar stores closed because of the outbreak, and all of a sudden your sales have a spike of 700% and your predictions are no longer relevant. The point of these examples is that the time constant it takes for such things to happen is gradually growing shorter and shorter. It's changing. What used to take years takes months. What used to take months now takes days. And what used to take days is something that we have to adjust to on the fly. Now, in order to understand why this is happening, we'll start by discussing the idea of concept drifting. Concept drifting will start with a dry technical definition and then try to exemplify and make it clear. It's when the statistical properties of the target value, which the model is trying to predict, change over time in unforeseen ways. Now, this is a very dry definition. In order to understand it, we first need to understand what a model or a learning model is, and then try to use an example to see what happens to it over time. So let's use a very simplified example. Let's say we are trying to predict which COVID patients are going to require respiratory assistance. What we do is take their age and their weight, and according to these two parameters, we want to see who will deteriorate and who will not. In order to do this project, we start by tracking a bunch of people, a bunch of COVID patients over time, and we mark those who did not need the respiratory assistance with the blue dots. Here you see it on the left, and those who did with yellow dots. You see it on the right. After we created this initial sample, what we call our training set, we create a line, a simple line that separates the two. After we have this line, we can forget about all the dots. Now we have a new patient. We measure his weight, take his age, and see if he falls left of the line. We predict that he's not going to need respiratory assistance. If he falls right of the line, then you should get your respiratory machine ready. Now this is a very simplified version of how a learning model would work. Drifting is when this distribution changes over time. Let's say this is how the distribution looks initially. You can see it in the slide. And then let's say that in the first wave a lot of people died. And then a lot of people recovered. And then you have a different population dealing with this illness now. And let's say there's a vaccine that comes into the picture, and suddenly you see that the way the data distributes changes over time, and you can see that our model does a very poor job differentiating between the two groups now. What we need to do in such cases, first of all, this is what we call drifting. Now what we need to do in such cases is try to retrain our model, create a new model, a new line, or just think of another concept of how to differentiate between those two groups. Now, this is what we refer to in data science as concept drifting. The data skews and shifts over time, and suddenly our initial learning model is no longer relevant. Now, it's quite difficult, but it's possible to deal with concept drifting. There are three main principles. First, you need to continuously monitor your performance. See if you have deterioration, if it changes. You can measure your performance. For example, in the COVID-19 example, with every new patient that comes into the system. And then, as often as possible, try to retrain your model. In our example, just slightly adjust the line after every new case, or every couple of hours, or every couple of days. Just keep it up to date. And when the initial mathematical model, the initial line doesn't work anymore, you should have a few other solutions in your pocket ready to implement when the initial model does not work anymore. So sometimes you need to create a new model to remodel when the old one deteriorates. Now, while this is a very complex problem, it's the less complex problem of the two, because drifting happens over time. In the examples I showed in the beginning of this lecture, we saw that drifting sometimes happens overnight or over a very short period of time. Let's look at a few examples. In the Microsoft offices here in Israel, in Kfar Saba, there's a monitor and a camera. And this camera takes a video shot of everybody coming in. It looks at their faces. Then it says which emotion you're feeling. It's a very nice example of AI at its best. It works lovely. And it looks at your face, feeds it into a learning model. You see it here. It's a convolutional neural network. And then, for example, in this picture, it would say that this man looks surprised. If you do a sad face, it would say you look sad. If you do a happy face, it would say you look happy. Now imagine that we have the COVID outbreak, and suddenly everybody looks pretty much like this, wearing a mask on their faces, and the system becomes unusable overnight because the algorithm cannot use what it used to. I don't know, her mouth expressions or her cheeks, or I don't know, like 80% of its features are lost now. Another great example is was a big scandal in 2015 when the Google tagging system tagged 2 black people as gorillas. People accused the algorithm of being racist. They accused the engineers of being racist. I think that the main reason this happened, and this is an educated guess, but I think that the main reason this happened is that the system was shown pictures of white people, and it was shown pictures of gorillas, and each were tagged properly, and it was not shown pictures of black people tagged as people. And the system could not learn what it was never shown. Is it racism? That's for you to determine. Now, the same thing could happen if you have a sales forecast before COVID-19. If you have a sales forecast before COVID-19 and suddenly the data shifts overnight, then you have an issue. You show the system data of which it has never seen any examples, and suddenly your system becomes useless. Let's look at a case study which we will use in the upcoming examples. In Curve, one of our customers is a very big cosmetics supplier in the United States. And after the COVID outbreak, we saw a significant shift in their data. First, we saw a 90% decrease in their brick and mortar sales. Then we saw a 700% increase in their online sales, which nowadays that doesn't look surprising, but back then it was very alarming. And we saw that the increase in the online sales is restricted to shampoos, conditioners, and commodities, not really to lipstick, which nobody sees behind a mask. As a result of these changes, first of all, drifting did not happen over time, it happened overnight. The model accuracy deteriorated, the tools became unreliable, and we had to redevelop tools that were working fine up till that point. Now, let's try to look at a few of the principles we followed in order to deal with this. And it's something I suggest that everybody using an AI component within their products or AI within their operational organization, I suggest everybody use it. And the principles are 5 simple principles. We'll go over them one by one. What can we do to avoid this? First of all, when possible, avoid using machine learning solutions. Machine learning is great. Everybody talks about machine learning. Everybody talks about AI. But if possible, don't use an AI solution. Don't even use a statistical solution. If you can, use an analytical solution. Okay, if instead of doing a projection based on a machine learning, on a learning machine, you do a projection based on A times X plus B, that's better. Let's look at a great example which I really like. In this slide, you see a neural network which I created in order to predict the length of the hypotenuse based on the length of 2 lines in a right-angled triangle. What we do is feed the 2 lines into the learning machine, feed a lot of these examples, and then we see how the learning machine performs over time. You see that if we use 10 triangles as learning examples on the left, we get a relatively high error. And then the more triangles we use, the smaller the error gets. When we use 10,000 triangles, we see that the system performs great. I mean, you have an error of less than 1 millimeter per kilometer, which is an amazing performance for a learning machine. And while this machine performs wonderfully, it's a very silly solution, as the right solution to this problem, which is simpler, takes less complexity, and takes no time to implement, will be to use the Pythagoras theorem. The second example, try to create predictions for multiple scenarios. If you create predictions for multiple scenarios, you might not predict exactly what is going to happen, but you let the stakeholders within your organization plan ahead. Let's look at an example. Let's say we are trying to create a sales forecast, and we use the past sales, the product features, and so on and so forth, everything we used up till now to create the sales forecast. And then we have a few new features we use. The school closures, the quarantine data, what we used to do up till now, feed all this data into a learning machine, and then spew out a projection on the other side. You're gonna sell, I don't know, 800 lipsticks next month, 800,000 lipsticks. Now what we can do is predict according to each feature and try to simulate the prediction. Create a first prediction based on the fact that there's going to be a quarantine next month. Create a second prediction based on an alternative reality in which there's not a full quarantine but school closures next month, and a third prediction in which there's no restrictions. Now, your prediction is not accurate because you have 3 of those. I mean, that's not a fair game. But you can let your company plan ahead for each scenario. Third, try to increase your prediction frequency. If you used to predict a month ahead, 2 months ahead, 3 months ahead, switch to predicting daily. If you're used to predicting daily, switch to hourly, or I don't know. Predict as often as possible, and don't settle with low granularity predictions. Also try to retrain more often and to remodel more often. It's a good practice nowadays when data is changing rapidly. If, for example, you have a sales forecasting system, retrain it daily, run it daily, see that the predictions are not deteriorating, and try to see any slight variations and shifts in the data. Fourth, assign higher weights to recent data. Now, I'm not going to get into the technical details here, but for example, if we have 4 years of data, we can use the 4 years of data to teach our learning machine how to predict the future of our sales. But the wise thing to do would be to use the full scale of the data, but to assign way higher weight to the last couple of months in which we had the outbreak, and even higher weight to the last month in which the closure got to a specific state. And fifth, I'm not going to talk about the difference between supervised and unsupervised learning and reinforcement learning, as it is far beyond the scope of this lecture. But for those of you who do know the difference, there is no reason to limit yourself to supervised learning solutions. Most of the industry uses supervised learning solutions up to date, although there are a lot of solutions that do not rely on these set of algorithms. Unsupervised learning solutions and reinforcement learning solutions are less vulnerable to drifting. Now, these are the 5 principles I suggest in order to avoid, or not to avoid, but to cope with the drifting fast and to adapt as quickly as possible. And the key takeaways from this lecture. First of all, global impact events are happening at a higher rate than ever. We used to see such events once every century, and now in the past 10 years we've seen like 5. And we probably have a few more coming, even though we don't like to think about it. These events have a negative impact on humanity as a whole, but let's leave that aside. It also has a very negative impact on the performance of our AI components. It hampers the performance as much as sometimes it completely renders them useless. But the point of this lecture is not to encourage you to stop using AI, but rather to use it wisely and know how to adapt. In order to adapt, you should follow the next 5 principles. First of all, avoid using machine learning based solutions when possible. When possible, use analytical solutions. If you can use a simple linear equation, A times X plus B instead of a forecast, that's better. Do that. Use machine learning solution when you are forced to. Second, create predictions for multiple scenarios. This helps your stakeholders within your organization get ready to whatever happens and plan for whatever happens. Third, increase your prediction frequency. If you used to predict monthly, do it daily or hourly, and remodel more often and retrain more often. Fourth, assign higher weights to recent data. Data from the past couple of months is more relevant than data from 2 years ago. Make your data show it. Make your models take that into account. And fifth, do not rely solely on unsupervised learning solutions. Thank you everybody for taking the time to listen to this short lecture. Please feel free to contact me if you have any questions. Have a great continue of the convention, and I hope this is a very fruitful and educating day. Bye.
שלום לכולם, שמי מרק גרנות, מנכ"ל אפלוז ישראל. כמה מילים עלינו למי שלא מכיר. אפלוז הינה מובילה עולמית בתחום שירותי בדיקות האיכות ובדיקות חוויות משתמש במודל של בדיקות המונים. אגב, החברה התחילה את דרכה לפני 12 שנה כסטארט-אפ ישראלי, והיום הינה חברה גלובלית שעוזרת לחברות להאיץ את תהליכי הפיתוח ולשפר את איכות הפתרונות הדיגיטליים שהן משחררות לשוק. היום מתייחס ספציפית לפעילות שלנו בעולם הריטייל, למספר דוגמאות ככל שהזמן יאפשר לנו. בואו נקפוץ ישר למספר דוגמאות מייצגות של לקוחות שלנו, כולם מותגים מוכרים בעולם הריטייל ולאתגרים השונים שניצבו בפניהם. נתחיל בחברת דנקין דונטס. בשוק האמריקאי הסופר תחרותי הם תכננו להשיק פתרון שמתחרה במספר מותגים חזקים כמו סטארבקס ואחרים. הם ניסו כבר בשלב האפיון לפני שחרור האפליקציה לכוון למאפיינים מבדלים מהמתחרים. CVS, למי שלא מכיר, זאת המקבילה האמריקאית לסופר פארם הישראלי. הם חיפשו דרך לספק חוויה יותר טובה ללקוחות בתהליך אומני צ'אנל, כלומר תהליך בו מגיעים הלקוחות לסניפים הפיזיים ועדיין בוחרים להשתמש בפתרון המובייל במהלך המסע. גוגל ביקשו לנתח את כל נקודות החיכוך והנטישה לאורך מסע הלקוח הדיגיטלי. האתגר פה שמדובר היה בפתרון גלובלי, ובכל מדינה התנהגות הצרכנים היא ייחודית ודורשת התייחסות בפני עצמה. שיק שק, רשת ההמבורגרים סופר טרנדית בארצות הברית, למי שלא מכיר, ביקשו לוודא את כל חוויית הקנייה הדיגיטלית, עם דגש על היכולות של לקוחותיהם לשלם באמצעי תשלום שונים, ובנוסף הם ביקשו לוודא שמנוע ה-AI שמערכת את זמן ההספקה ללקוח מספיק מדויק. סטארבקס ביקשו לשפר את מודל ה-reward ללקוחות ולקבל מהם פידבקים לגבי שביעות רצונם מהמודל המוצע. ואחרון חביב, וולמארט ביקשו לוודא שהפרוסס שבו לקוח מוריד קופון בדיגיטל, מגיע לחנות, סורק אותו לפוינט אוף סל, עובד בצורה חלקה, ובנוסף ביקשו לוודא שכל התהליך הפיזי הנדרש לקבל את המוצר שהוזמן, בין אם זה בחנות או בשיפמנט, עובד אף הוא לשביעות רצונו של הלקוח. מה שמשותף לכל הדוגמאות הללו הוא הרצון לנתח באופן יסודי את מסע הלקוח ולמנוע את נקודות החיכוך לאורכו. כפי שאתם רואים בשקף הזה, מסע הלקוח יכול להתקיים במקביל במספר נקודות ממשק דיגיטליות. אפליקציה, צ'אטבוט, אתר ואפילו בחנות עצמה עם נציג המחירות או קיוסק המידע. המסע מערב פונקציות כמו חיפוש שמאחוריו מסתתר מנוע פרסונליזציה, ממשקים למנועים של מועדוני לקוחות, ממשקים לאמצעי תשלום שונים, הצעות למוצרים משלימים, אפסל, ועד סיום התהליך בעגלת הקניות תוך משלוח או איסוף המוצר הפיזי. וברור שהמטרה שלנו היא לייצר חוויה חלקה ככל שניתן, ולמנוע את נטישת הלקוח שיכולה להתבצע בעולם הדיגיטלי התחרותי בלחיצה של כפתור. ואגב, אם מעניין לדעת מהם 5 נקודות החיכוך הקלאסיות, אז הנה הם על השקף. המשותף ביניהם הוא פער הציפיות בין ההבטחה הדיגיטלית במחאות לבין התוצאות בפועל. פער שמייצר תסכול מיידי ומשפיע לרעה על האמון של הלקוח בברנד. אוקיי, אז החשיבות ברורה. מה מונע מאיתנו בעצם לוודא את איכות הדיגיטלית של הפתרונות שלנו? מה כל כך מסובך בזה? אני רוצה להתייחס היום ל3 סיבות עיקריות שמונעות מאיתנו לפתור את הסוגיות הללו באמצעות הצוותים הפנימיים שלנו. סיבה ראשונה נעוצה באוסף האפשרויות הכמעט בלתי מוגבל של נקודות הממשק של הלקוח האינדיבידואלי. הרי לכל אחד מאיתנו יש מכשיר טלפון של יצרן אחר ומערכת הפעלה אחרת, אין סוף דגמים של אנדרואיד, iOS, מערכות הפעלה שונות על הדסקטופ, אפילו סביבות רשת שונות באיכויות שונות, כגון Wi-Fi, 4G, עכשיו 5G, אמצעי תשלום שונים. עכשיו אנחנו רואים לדוגמה תכונה אצל הלקוחות המקומיים שלנו, כולם מתארגנים בקטחנות לתמיכה באפל פיי בישראל ועוד. אז למעשה אנחנו צריכים לתמוך בכל המטריצה המורכבת הזאת על מנת לספק שירות עקבי באיכות שווה לכל לקוחותינו. הסיבה השנייה קשורה יותר להתנהגות האנושית. לא משנה בכמה לוגיקה, קבוצות, מיקוד, הפעלת מומחים, נשקיע ונשתמש. בסופו של דבר המשתמש הסופי יפתיע אותנו בדרך האינטואיטיבית בה הוא בוחר לצרוך את השירותים הדיגיטליים ולהשתמש באפליקציה או בפתרון שלנו. והסיבה השלישית שחשוב לי לציין אותה למרות שהיא קצת מתחת לרדאר, הוא הדיוק של אלגוריתם ה-AI שמשמש אותנו להמון החלטות חשובות תוך כדי מסע הלקוח. תחשבו על זה, מאופטימיזציה של השיח עם הצ'אטבוט, שהוא יתייחס בצורה עניינית לשאלות שלנו, דרך התאמת מנוע חיפוש לפרופיל, בהמשך מערכות שונות וטכנולוגיות לזיהוי קול, פנים, פריטים דומים, ועד המלצות לאפסל על פי ניתוח העדפות הלקוח. אז בשלב הזה הגיע הזמן שנציג איך אנחנו פותרים את כל האתגרים האלה באפלוז. רמז קטן, חוכמת ההמונים. אוקיי, אז הפתרון שלנו נשען על תשתית של קהילה גלובלית, קהילה שמונה 700,000 אנשים שצומחת בקצב מאוד מהר. הקהילה הזאת היא זמינה בכל מדינה, כולל אלפים רבים בישראל, הם משמשים כיד הארוכה שלנו לתוך קהל המטרה. הם אלו שמאפשרים לנו לתת פתרון לבעיות דומות שהצגתי בתחילת הדברים, גם ללקוחות מקומיים רבים, כולל מרבית הגופים הפיננסיים הגדולים בישראל, חברות שילוח, רשתות מזון ופארמה, וכלה בחברות טכנולוגיה וסטארט-אפים מקומיים רבים. הקהילה הפלוזית הזאת מורכבת מאוכלוסיות שונות, ביניהם קבוצות של אנשי מקצוע הכוללים בודקי תוכנה, מומחי UX, מומחי סייבר ו-AI, ועד תתי אוכלוסיות המדמים משתמשים טיפוסיים של הפתרונות הדיגיטליים של הלקוחות שלנו. למשל, גברים, נשים, משתמשים שמחזיקים מכשירים דיגיטליים מאוד מסוימים, מאפיינים מקצועיים ואישיים, תחביבים, מחזיקי חשבונות בנק מסוים, חברי מועדון לקוחות כזה או אחר ועוד ועוד. אוקיי, אז איך כל הסיפור הזה בעצם עובד? לכל אחד מהלקוחות שלנו, דוגמת אלה שהזכרתי בתחילת הדברים, מוצמד מנהל פרויקטים מנוסה שמבין את היעדים של הלקוח בכל נקודת זמן, ומה הדגשים לבדיקות הנדרשות גם בהיבטי שימושיות וגם בהיבטי החוויה הדיגיטלית הנבדקת. מנהל הפרויקט מרכיב בצורה דינמית מתוך הקהילה תתי קבוצות שבדרך כלל מונות מספר עשרות חברים שמבצעים את הבדיקות שאותם הלקוח מקבל באמצעות הפתרון הטכנולוגי שלנו. מדובר פה בפתרון SaaS שמפאת חוסר הזמן אני לא אוכל להציג פה. אבל זה הפתרון שמשמש בעצם לתקשורת בין אותו בודק לבין מנהל הפרויקט שלנו לבין הלקוח עצמו. פה בשקף הזה אנחנו רואים דוגמה לתוצר של אחת הבדיקות. בחלק העליון אותו מסע שהצרכן עובר ושאותו התבקשנו לנתח באמצעות הקהילה. מנהל הפרויקט בנה את הקהילה הרלוונטית ובכל שלב הלקוח מקבל פידבקים גם לגבי החוויה הדיגיטלית של כל שלב במסע שאותו פירקנו לחלקים השונים שלו וגם התייחסות לבאגים פונקציונליים שנמצאו בשלבי הבדיקה. ועוד פעם חשוב לי להזכיר, מדובר בחברי קהילה המדמים את פרופיל הצרכנים של הלקוח. האנשים האלה משתמשים במכשירים אמיתיים, לא מכשירי מעבדה, ומתנסים בפתרון בסביבה האמיתית והיומיומית שלהם, ממש כמו צרכן רגיל. נושא ה-AI הוא נושא שאפשר להרחיב עליו לא מעט. בקצרה, רק אגיד שהנושא העיקרי המונע מאיתנו לייצר אלגוריתמים טובים מספיק, הוא הטיה, bias של המידע הגולמי, שעליו מתבססים בבניית מנוע ה-AI. ברגע שבניית האלגוריתם נעשה תוך שימוש בדאטה של משתמשים אמיתיים, במקרה הזה של קהילת אפלוז, המנוע שמתקבל באלגוריתם מאחוריו הוא לא מוטה, הרבה יותר מדויק ומתאים לצורך שאליו הוא כוון. לסיכום, באמצעות הפתרונות השונים שלנו, אנו מאפשרים ללקוחותינו להיות יותר חדשניים, לבדוק פתרונות אפילו בשלבי אפיון והפיתוח, בשלב המוקאפ, פרוטוטייפ, לפני שיש אפילו שורת קוד אחת, ובשלב שהפתרון כבר משוחרר לשוק, להיות מסוגלים לבדוק מהר כל גרסה, לשחרר גרסאות בצורה יותר מהירה ובטוחה, וכמובן להבטיח שהחוויה הדיגיטלית של הצרכנים עומדת בציפיות. אני מאוד מודה לכם על ההקשבה, המשך אירוע מענה, ואשמח להיות בקשר איתכם על פי הפרטים שלי שמופיעים בשקף. תודה רבה.